So you want him to introduce you before you also qualify?
Yes, sir, he can do that.
Okay. That's cool.
Machine comes to the link I will pass it. Send it to me.
Majid.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Abdul Majid Idwal Al Jumayatara Umar. Ideally, Brother Bashir is supposed to be today's moderator, but he's taking care of an equally important task. So I would sit in for him for now, but when he comes, he'll take over. So to begin, I'll call on Brother Kasum to give us a short opening prayer.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. قل يا عبادي الذين أسرفوا على أنفسهم لا تقنطوا من رحمة الله إن الله يغفر الذنوب جميعا إنه هو الغفور الرحيم وأنيبوا إلى ربكم وأسلموا له من قبل أن يأتيكم العذاب ثم لا تنصرون واتبعوا أحسن ما أنزل إليكم من ربكم من قبل أن يأتيكم العذاب بغتة وأنتم لا تشعرون أن تقول نفس يا حسرة على ما فرطت في جنب الله وإن كنت لمن الساخرين أو تقول لو أن الله هداني لكنت من المتقين أو تقول حين ترى العذاب لو أن لي كرة فأكون من المحسنين بلى قد جاءتك آياتي فكذبت بها واستكبرت وكنت من الكافرين اللهم ارحمنا بالقرآن واجعله لنا إماما ونورا وهدى ورحمة اللهم لا تدع لنا في مقامنا هذا ذنبا إلا غفرته ولا هما إلا فرجته ولا دينا إلا قضيته ولا حاجة من حوائج الدنيا والآخرة هي لك رضا ولنا فيها صلاح إلا أنتنا على قضائها ويسرتها برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين يا رب العالمين اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما ينفعنا وصلى اللهم وسلم وبارك وعلم على عبدك رسولك نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه السلام عليكم.
Thank you very much, brother. So I am going to introduce our speaker for the day. He is in the person of Professor Isa Muhammad Maishanu. He was born on the 18th of April, 1963 in Sokoto. He had his primary education in the Yabo Central Primary School, while his secondary education was in Government College, now Nagata College, Sokoto, between 1976 and 1981. He later joined University of Sokoto, now known as Usman Danfodio University, where he obtained his BA honors degree in Islamic Studies in 1987 with second class upper division. Maishanu pursued his MA in Usuluddin, specializing in comparative religion at the International Islamic University, Islamabad, which he completed in 1988. While doing his master's studies in Pakistan, he was appointed as an assistant lecturer in the Department of Islamic Studies of his alma mater in March 1989. Upon completion of his master's studies in 1993, his services were sought by the authorities and simultaneously continued with his PhD at the same university and finished in 1999. He continued lecturing as an assistant professor in the Department of Comparative Religion of IIUI and eventually became the head of department in 2004 and returned to Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto. Maishanu became a professor of comparative religion in 2013. He has currently about 30 publications to his credit and has attended a number of international conferences in Malaysia, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Algeria, and Mali. I present to you Professor Issa Maishanu. Prof, your audience.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم إن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستهديه ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبد الله ورسوله أرسله ربه بالهدى ودين الحق ليظهره على الدين كله ولو كره المشركون صلى الله تعالى عليه وعلى آله وصحبه ومن دعا بدعوته واستمسك بسنته إلى أن يرث الله الأرض ومن عليها وبعد. Brothers and sisters in Islam, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Just as was suggested and as I used to prefer, before presenting what I want to present, I want to know my audience. You had known something about me now, so I would now like to hear something about your background, your names, so that at least I will know whom I am speaking to. So I think we have some very quick self-introduction for the members around, inshallah, before we continue. Okay, so how do you go about it?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. I'm Fatima Zahra Shado, degree holder in Communication Studies, Public Relations to be precise, and I'm a student in Islamic Knowledge at the Institute of Islamic Studies and an online facilitator with SAID Academy.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abdullah Aisha, a degree holder from UDS, Diploma Education Studies.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Adizotu Audu. I'm also a degree holder, Bachelor of Commerce Finance. I'm currently with National JIMSA as a Deputy Women's Commissioner and also a student of Hudai Ladies Islamic Institute.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Saratu Abdullah and I have a degree in biological science, specifically food science and nutrition. And currently I work as a quality assurance in a food industry in Accra.
Alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Suburu Muhayyidin. Completed KNUST, read civil engineering, and then I'm passionate about structural engineering, and I'm a former facilitator of Mobile Quran, and then co-founder of Wali Dawa channel, an educative Islamic channel on YouTube, Facebook, and WhatsApp for educating people of the Upper West region about Islam.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Ibrahim Zakaria is my name. I completed UDS Tamale campus. I have BSc in nutrition. I'm currently the Regional GIMSA Vice President, Northern Region. I'm also the volunteers coordinator of my Hereafter project and currently working as an admin assistant at the University for Development Studies. I'm interested in health, especially nutrition, and also interested in rendering services to deprived communities. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Osman Abubakar Sadek. I completed KNUST this year. I read BSc Human Resource Management. I'm currently doing my national service with the Department of Human Resources and Organizational Development at KNUST.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Lukman Umar. I'm a diploma holder in Arabic. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Sauban Hashir, a graduate from the University for Development Studies, BA Development Education Studies. And currently I'm a student and a teacher at Techman Aswad Islamic Academy. Thank you.
Isaac Mohammed Morrison is my name. I completed Al Farouk College of Education recently. I studied literature in English and social studies. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm Saleh Muhammad Tijani, a product of Islamic University College, Ghana. I study religious studies and I obtained degree in religious studies.
Abbas Omar Abdul Karim from the National Police Mosque and also Islamic Nursing Training School.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Amina Dauda. I'm a diploma holder in basic education and currently I'm a teacher working under GES. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Firdaus Mubarak Bawa, graduate of KNUST, read Biological Sciences.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Rahma Larry. I work as a digital marketing strategist and I'm passionate about understanding children.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm the person of Bilkis Abdulkadir Khalifa, a graduate from Al Farouk College of Education, where I read religious and moral education.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm No Munira, a student of African University College of Communication, reading communication, major in development communication. Thank you.
My name is Aisha Freedom. Sorry. My name is Aisha Freedom, a graduate of UDS, University for Development Studies, and a revenue officer at Ghana Revenue Authority. Thank you.
I'm Sadia Ibrahim, a Quran memorizer, a Quran reciter in Qira'at Nafi' wa Ibn Kathir, and a current BSc Arabic education student at Amstead. Thank you.
Ali Hindu, went to Al Farouk College of Education, currently a teacher under GS. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Gufran Abubakar is my name. A recent graduate from Al Farouk College of Education, waiting for my national service in January, inshallah. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Ishaq Amina, a recent graduate of Kiwi Presbyterian College of Education, awaiting my national service posting. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I'm Ramat Mohammed from Fairsense Health College, currently working as a pharmacy assistant. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I'm Salma Tahir, graduate of UDS,
studied Integrated Business Studies Accounting option, currently with Melbourne Consulting in Logistics. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I'm the person of Abubakar Dawood. I completed Key University this year. I read BSc Nursing and currently a part-time teacher. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm Tawfiq Ali, a product of Accra College of Education. I'm currently working with GES in the Goma East District.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm Abdul Khalik Audu Kundisab. I'm a graduate of KNUST. I read BSc Accounting. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Hussein Mohammed Mashoud, a degree holder in Human Resource Management, pursuing my Master's in Leadership and Innovation in School Management at Methodist University, and then Imam for Ghana Military Academy.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Bakari Samad. Early childhood education is with GES, Ghana Education Service.
My name is Karim Dakura. I hold an MPhil in Development Management from UDS. And I'm a microfinance practitioner. I work with Maslock, one of the largest government microfinance organizations in Ghana. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm Mohammed Hafiz Din, a graduate of UCC. I pursued BEd Mathematics. I'm also a current postgraduate student of CKTU TAS, and I'm working with Ghana Education Service. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Uthman Ahmad Galadima, a student of Islamic research, a graphic designer, and a teacher at Fatimatu Bintu Rasul.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I'm Jamal Adam, a BSc holder at the University of Ghana, BSc Chemistry. I'm passionate about computational neurochemistry, and I'm a teacher at Citron Academy.
I'm Siwa Jamal, a graduate from the University of Ghana with adult education sociology.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Zuhair Mohammed, graduate from the University of Ghana Business School, BSc Administration Accounting major. Currently work as a project officer for Social Enterprise Ghana.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I'm Saeed Muhammad Kasum, a degree holder in business administration, majoring in supply chain information system, doing my national service at the Department of Human Resource as a teaching and research assistant. I'm currently a student of International Open University doing my first degree in Islamic studies, and also an MPhil candidate in supply chain information system at the department.
You're also a Hafiz? Okay, so I think we will be able to start now. I don't know, I think I sent where the slides are to be presented. I have the 3 sets of slides. The first one, which is this one, I have introduction and part 1. Then we move to number 2, which will constitute part 2. And then after that, I come back to this one for part 3, part 4. And then part 5 is the last set of slides, as I explain, inshallah. Yes. So, okay. It's okay. So we can see the topic given to me is Islamic civilization and Muslim history in West Africa. Initially, it was only Islamic civilization, where we had an in-depth studies of what Islam constitutes, what it has brought to humanity, what changes it brought to the whole of the world up to our present time. But now something has been added to that, and that is the issue of history of Muslims in West Africa. What we will be seeing, as we can see, we have introduction, then Islam and Muslim civilization, the definitions. We'll also be looking at the characteristics and sources of Muslim or Islamic philosophy, Islamic civilization. Then we'll be discussing Muslims
and the global civilizations. Then learning, which is very, very fundamental, as we know, in Islam. Then history of Islam and Muslims in Africa. Then Islam in West Africa. That's from Africa, we come from the world. From the global Ummah, we come back to Africa, and then we come down to West Africa, especially manifestation of Muslim civilization in West Africa, impact of Islam on West African Muslims, because it's West African sub-region office of Iiit. Then we give a very lucid explanation on one of the most successful caliphate experience or jihad experience of the Sheikh Usman bin Fodi, and that is the Sokoto Caliphate. And then we look at finally Muslim intellectual heritage. Muslim intellectual heritage will be just like a solution to whatever we have been discussing. This will be the last part of what will be presented, inshallah. So, as we can see, Iiit is trying to reshape the way we think, the way we do our things, with the sole purpose of trying to bring back our lost glory, the lost glory of the Ummah. You will see that most of what we'll be saying, especially in this historical aspect under civilization, are the so many contributions and achievements of Muslims from the time of the Prophet ﷺ till our present time. But then, from time till the time when the Ummah went down in terms of its rightful position in the world polity. Muslims are supposed to be leading the world. They are supposed to be the guide. The guide, because they have the guide. They have the guide with them. They are supposed to be the leading ummah as the last ummah. It is the last ummah, the ummah that is hujjah of Allah upon humanity. And so, what happened? That somewhere, somehow, something changed. That the ummah now, we can say, at the tail end of the caravan of political decision, scientific and technological advancement. What happened to all that? Yes, we'll try to see that. Inshallah, maybe in the last part of our discussion, we'll try to come out with some of the possible solutions that maybe can help us through that. The objectives, as we can see, are number one, to know the essence of Islam. It is not that we don't know. It's just as a reminder for us to refresh our minds on what is the rightful, you can say, understanding we should have of Islam. Islam, do we really understand it as the way it should be understood? Or there is need for us, according to Iiit, to look into our understanding of Islam, the basics, to understand the scope of its message, to appreciate its contribution to global human development, to see how it spread to West Africa and how it reached us, also to explain the roles of scholars or ulama in its intellectual and political development. Also, so as to discuss its emancipating value for Africans, especially those south of the Sahara, to learn from the Sokoto model of reformation and also to appreciate the role of knowledge in Muslim revival. If we are talking of Muslim revival, which Iiit is trying to do, then the role of knowledge is very, very important. And this we will see from the beginning to the end. I will be mentioning this over and over again. So our whole problem, you can say, goes back to intellectualism, to knowledge, to learning. Why? Because we know this is a message of scholarship. The first message that was sent by Allah to Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam was Iqra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaqa al-insana min 'alaq Iqra wa rabbuka al-akram alladhi 'allama bil qalam 'allama al-insana ma lam ya'lam, which means it is a message of enlightenment, a message of scholarship, a message of learning. And from the very first revelation till his last, till he breathed his last, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, he was teaching the ummah. He was teaching the ummah. So knowledge and teaching and learning is the bottom line. The bottom line of whatever we need for our development. To discuss the emancipating value Islam had for Africans, especially those south of the Sahara. To learn, I said, from Sokoto model of reformation, which was one of the most successful jihad reformation movements in West Africa, and also to appreciate the role of knowledge, as I said, which is very, very fundamental. As an introduction, we say Islam has, of recent, become synonymous with extremism. When you look at the world media, you listen to the other conventional or social media, you will see that Islam has been always termed or tagged as a terrorist religion, where we have extremism, oppression, and violence. Whenever there is any violent attack anywhere, the first culprits that come to people's mind are Islam and Muslims, isn't it? Why? This is due to the extremist misunderstandings and misrepresentations of the religion. That is all what we have, all what, that is, we caused it ourselves. Who? The extremists among us. Those who did not understand, those who didn't understand the religion as it should be understood. They misunderstood it and misrepresented it, and that is what culminated into all the problems the Muslims are experiencing in our lives today. Despite that negative image portrayed of Islam, Islam in its essence is a religion that promotes message of peace, unity, equality, justice, and human progress in all endeavors. It is a religion that boasts of a very rich past that was responsible for producing a civilization that was instrumental to a lot of human achievement and scientific advancement. It was at one time, that is at its golden age, when Europe was in the dark ages, it was the leading intellectual, military, and economic power of the world, and was responsible for providing leaders in the fields of arts and the sciences. What is this Islam that we are trying to now construe, to understand in line with our discussion and in line with this our training? It is that divine guidance from the Lord of creation, as a fulfillment of Allah's promise after the creation of the first man, Adam, and after Allah has placed him here on earth as his Khalifa. As Allah is saying, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم قال ربك للملائكة إني جائل في الأرض خليفة قالوا أتجعل فيها من يفسد فيها ويسفك الدماء ونحن نسبح بحمدك ونقدس لك, to the end of those verses in Surah Al-Baqarah from verse 30 and what follows. It is that fulfillment where Allah is saying, قُلْنَا هَبِطُوا مِنْهَا جَمِيعًا. We said, all of you go down there. Adam and Eve on one part, and the devil, Satan, on the other part. Go all of you down there to the earth. فَإِمَّا يَأْتِيَنَّكُم مِّنِّي هُدًى فَمَنْ تَبِعَ هُدَايَ فَلَا خَوْفٌ عَلَيْهِمْ وَلَا هُمْ يَحْزَنُونَ. Anybody who will follow, whenever that my guidance will come, which means it is a promise from Allah that you'll be sending guidance after guidance, messenger after messenger, as Allah said in Surah Al-Mu'minun, ثُمَّ أَرْسَلْنَا رُسُلَنَا تَتْرَى كُلَّمَا جَاءَ أُمَّةً رَسُولُهَا كَذَّبُوا. Then we sent our messengers one after the other. Whenever a messenger will come to a nation, they will belie him. They will disbelieve in him, isn't it? So it was a promise. Allah promised that whenever that my guidance will come to you, فَمَنْ تَبِعَ هُدَايَ, anybody that will follow my guidance, فَلَا خَوْفٌ عَلَيْهِمْ, there will be no fear for him, especially as Mufassirun are saying, in where he will be going to. Because the greatest fear of man is death. Because he doesn't know what will come after death, isn't it? We know life, we enjoy life, isn't it? But we don't want anything about death, isn't it? So فَلَا خَوْفٌ عَلَيْهِمْ وَلَا هُمْ يَحْزَنُونَ, and they will not grieve for whatever, they will not have any kind of grief or grieve over whatever they will leave behind here on earth. Allah will take care of that. So it is a promise of guidance. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is saying, Man amila salihan min dhakarin aw unsa wa huwa mu'min, falanuhyiyannahu hayatan tayyibah. وَلَنَجْزِيَنَّهُمْ أَجْرَهُمْ بِأَحْسَنِ مَا كَانُوا يَعْمَلُونَ. That's man amila salihan, anyone who acts righteously in line with divine guidance, which is complete. It's a total guidance in every aspect of your life. Man amila salihan min dhakarin aw unsa, whether a male or a female, وَهُوَ مُؤْمِن, while being a believer. That's a very, very important condition. You have to be a believer. You can be doing good, philanthropist, you can be somebody humanitarian, but as long as you are not a believer, you should not expect anything from the Lord of creation, from the giver of rewards. That is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's why Allah is saying, مَنْ كَانَ يُرِيدُ الْحَيَاةَ الدُّنْيَا وَزِينَتَهَا نُوَفِّ إِلَيْهِمْ أَعْمَالَهُمْ فِيهَا وهم فيها لا يبخسون أولئك الذين ليس لهم في الآخرة إلا النار وحبط ما صنعوا فيها وباطل ما كانوا يعملون. That is anyone who is doing whatever philanthropism, helping others for fame, for him to be mentioned in the Guinness Book of Records that he has been very helpful to people, then Allah is saying Allah will give him all what he has done. His rewards will be given to him in full, but here in this life. And nothing, he will not be wronged for the least. They are, as Allah is saying, the ones that will have nothing in the next life except the hellfire. Except that because they were not Muslim. They did not believe in the one who gave them life and who gave them everything that they had in this world, isn't it? So, من عمل صالحا من ذكر أو أنثى وهو مؤمن فلنحيينه حياة طيبة. Anyone who acts righteously, whether a male or a female, while he is a believer, فلنحيينه حياة طيبة. Allah is promising that He is going to cause him to live a very, very enjoyable and peaceful life here on earth. Life full of tawfiq from Allah. If you are a believer and you act righteously, you will see that Allah will always be by your side in all your life endeavors. فَلَنُحْيِيَنَّهُ حَيَاةً طَيِّبَةً وَلَنَجْزِيَنَّهُمْ أَجْرَهُمْ بِأَحْسَنِ مَا كَانُوا يَعْمَلُونَ. And we are definitely going to reward him in the best of rewards in the life to come. In the contrary, Allah is saying as regards this, His total guidance. وَمَنْ أَعْرَضَ عَنْ ذِكْرِي فإن له معيشة ضنكا ونحشره يوم القيامة أعمى قال رب لما حشرتني أعمى وقد كنت بصيرا قال كذلك أتتك آياتنا فنسيتها وكذلك اليوم تنسى وكذلك اليوم تنسى ومن أعرض عن ذكر Allah is saying anyone who will turn away from my guidance, from my remembrance. Allah has sent His guidance, His remembrance, His way of worship and everything, the way of worship to Him, and you turn away from it. You don't give any damn to it. It is not part and parcel of your life. You don't care about it. You turn away from the guidance of your Creator, who gave you life, to whom you are finally returning. Allah said He is going to live a miserable life, a life of misery, whatever he has gathered of this world. He will never, because the controller of hearts, the controller of everything, controls everything. That is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So He controls hearts. He controls heart and He can deny you peace in your life, whatever you have gathered. فَإِنَّ لَهُ مَعِيشَةً ضَنْكًا وَنَحْشُرُهُ يَوْمَ الْقِيَامَةِ أَعْمَى. Allah said, and then we will raise him in the next life as a blind person. قَالَ رَبِّ لِمَا حَشَرْتَنِي أَعْمَى وَقَدْ كُنْتُ بَصِيرًا. He will say, as Allah is telling us, oh my Lord, why have you raised me blind? After all, I had my sight. He said, yes, in the same manner, when my guidance came to you in the world, you turned away and you forgot it, and so because of this, you will be forgotten in our punishment. You will be forgotten in Allah's punishment. May Allah protect us from that. So it is a total guidance. And Islam is the religion of all the prophets and messengers. And that's why we can say it is a long chain. It is a long chain of divine self-disclosure to man that culminated and was perfected with the final Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam and the last communication between the heavens and the earth. Divine, when we say divine self-disclosure, that is, it is only when Allah will disclose himself to us that we will know him, isn't it? Your way of thinking, your intellect, your whatever you have of the talents, of ways of finding, you cannot know Allah and his qualities, his attributes, what he wants from you. All this you cannot know on your own. And that is what necessitates revelation. Al-Wahy. Al-Wahy is self-disclosure of Allah. Allah is disclosing himself to us, telling us what he wants us to know of him and what he wants us to do as our relationship to him, which is ibadah. So what he wants us to know of him and his creation is imaniyat, and what he wants us to do is the ibadat, isn't it? How we are supposed to relate ourselves to him, subhanahu wa ta'ala. So it is divine self-disclosure. It's a long chain which started from Adam, as we said. Adam and the earlier prophets were sent to their families and their immediate people. But the first messenger that was sent to a whole community was Nuh alayhi salam. Nuh alayhi salam, as we know in the hadith of Shafa'ah, isn't it that long hadith, which a very authentic hadith, when the Prophet was telling us that when people had been raised back to life, and then they will be waiting for a very quite long time, some are saying for years, without the hisab starting, then they will say, they will talk among themselves that we have really suffered a lot. Let us see if we can get any of the pious people to go and plead with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala so that hisab will start, isn't it? They'll go to Adam, you know the hadith, they'll go to Adam. He said, no, I cannot do it. I ate from the tree, which I was which I was forbidden to eat from. And then they will go to Nuh. They say, Nuh, you are the first messenger. Anta awwalur rusul. And this is mahallu shahid, isn't it? Anta awwalur rusul. You are the first messenger sent to a whole people, isn't it? He said, no, I cannot do it. I prayed that all my people be destroyed. Go to Ibrahim, go to Musa. Each one of them will be saying, nafsi, nafsi, isn't it? Then they will finally, Isa alayhi salam will say, go to Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, and he say, ana laha, ana laha. That I am for it, I am for it. That is the honor of Maqam al-Mahmud, the special position that Allah has given him, that he will go and prostrate under the al-Arsh, and then Allah will tell him, ask and you will be given, isn't it? And then you know the rest of the hadith. So that chain of revelation, the same religion, if you look at Surah Yunus, for example, Allah mentioned in that surah, we'll come back to it again, in one of the verses, Allah is saying, وَاتْلُ عَلَيْهِمْ نَبَأَ نُوحٍ إِذْ قَالَ لِقَوْمِهِ يَا قَوْمِ إِنْ كَانَ كَبُرَ عَلَيْكُمْ مَقَامِي وَتَذْكِيرِي بِآيَاتِ اللَّهِ فَعَلَى اللَّهِ تَوَكَّلْتُ فأجمعوا أمركم وشركاءكم ثم لا يكن أمركم عليكم غمة ثم قضوا علي ولا تنظروا فإن تولوا فما سألتكم عليه من أجر إن أجري إلا على الله وأمرت أن أكون من المسلمين. This is محل الشاهد, من المسلمين. That's Nuh alayhi salam, Adam and all the prophets were Muslims. And Islam was the only religion recognized by Allah. إن الدين عند الله الإسلام. ومن يبتغي غير الإسلام دينا فلن يقبل منه وهو في الآخرة من الخاسرين. So it is the religion of all the prophets and messengers, and so it is the same tradition of revelation of Allah from the time of Adam alayhi salam till the last one, which is the final perfected guidance with the final of the prophets Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, which constitutes the last communication between the heavens and the earth. This you can see clearly in hadith of Ayman, when the Prophet used to visit her while he was alive together with Sayyidina Abu Bakr and Umar. So one day after the death of the Prophet Sayyidina Abu Bakr told Umar bin al-Khattab radiallahu anhuma that let us go and visit Ayman as we used to do at the time of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. When they went there, immediately she saw them. she started weeping, isn't it? Then Sayyidina Abu Bakr was asking her, "Oh, Ayman, didn't you know that what Allah has prepared for the Prophet in the next life is better than what he has here in this one?" She said, "Yes, I know what Allah has, where he is better for him. But I'm only weeping. Why? Because of the cut in communication. There is no more communication now between heavens and the earth." You see, so insightful, isn't it? So insightful. Why? Before they were coming 3 of them, isn't it? And now there are 2. Why? The Prophet ﷺ has gone, and he was the link, sallallahu alayhi wasallam. So that communication, he said, "Ana khatamun nabiyyin la nabiyya ba'di." I'm the seal of the prophets, and lo, there will be no prophet after me. So that communication has ended with the message that Allah sent to him. Islam that we are trying to our working definition, it entails the meaning and purpose of life and its trial, the universe and its order, and the destiny of all creations, as we can see in Surah Yunus again. In Surah Yunus, if you read the surah, it so happened at our Kano presentation, in the morning, in the Fajr prayer, they recited the same verses. The Imam recited the opening verses of Surah Yunus. Allah is saying, "A'udhu billahi min shaitanir rahmanir rahim. Alif lam ra, tilka ayatul kitabil hakim." Kitabul hakim. Akana linnasi ajaban an awhayna ila rajulin minhum an anzirin nasa wa bashirin ladhina amanu anna lahum qadama sidqin inda rabbihim qala al-kafiruna inna hadha la sahirun mubin. Inna rabbakum Allahu alladhi khalaqa as-samawati wal arda fi 6 ayyamin thumma istawa 'ala al-'arsh yudabbiru al-amr ma min shafi'in illa min ba'di idhnihi ذلكم الله ربكم فاعبدوه أفلا تذكرون إليه مرجعكم جميعا وعد الله حقا إنه يبدأ الخلق ثم يعيده ليجزي الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات بالقسط والذين كفروا لهم شراب من حميم وعذاب أليم بما كانوا يكفرون هو الذي جعل الشمس ضياء والقمر نورا وقدره منازل لتعلموا عدد السنين والحساب ما خلق الله ذلك إلا بالحق يفصل الآيات لقوم يعلمون إن في اختلاف الليل والنهار وما خلق الله في السماوات والأرض لآيات لقوم يتقون إن الذين لا يرجون لقاءنا ورضوا بالحياة الدنيا واطمأنوا بها والذين هم عن آياتنا غافلون أولئك مأواهم النار بما كانوا يكسبون إن الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات يهديهم ربهم بإيمانهم تجري من تحتهم الأنهار في جنات النعيم دعواهم فيها سبحانك اللهم وتحيتهم فيها سلام وآخر دعواهم أن الحمد لله رب العالمين. These verses, they are just very few verses, a very, very small portion of the Quran, but it explains everything to you as a man living in this universe. It starts by saying, the question that Allah asks, أَكَانَ لِلنَّاسِ عَجَبًا أَنْ أَوْحَيْنَا إِلَىٰ رَجُلٍ مِّنْهُمْ. Was it something amazing? Was it something surprising that there should be communication between heavens and earth? Is it something surprising that Allah will choose to communicate His guidance to one of the humans so that He will warn them? أَكَانَ لِلنَّاسِ عَجَبًا أَنْ أَوْحَيْنَا إِلَىٰ رَجُلٍ مِّنْهُمْ أَنْ أَنذِرِ النَّاسَ. Was it something surprising? No, it shouldn't be surprising, isn't it? Because the disbelievers of Mecca, at that time, they were saying that Allah is so lofty in His position and His majesty that He should not have anything doing with the earth. He should not have anything doing with humans here on earth, isn't it? But Allah is asking, أَكَانَ لِلنَّاسِ عَجَبًا أَنْ أَوْحَيْنَا إِلَىٰ رَجُلٍ مِّنْهُ أَنْ أَنذِرِ النَّاسَ وَبَشِّرِ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا أَنَّ لَهُمْ قَدَمَ صِدْقٍ عِندَ رَبِّهِمْ قَالَ الْكَافِرُونَ إِنَّ هَذَا لَسَاحِرٌ مُبِينٌ. Then Allah explained to you, إِنَّ رَبَّكُمُ اللَّهُ الَّذِي خَلَقَ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضَ فِي 6 أَيَّامٍ. So for you, if you know or if you don't know, your Lord and Creator is Allah, who has sent this guidance and who has created the heavens and the earth. في ستة أيام, in 6 days, ثم استوى على العرش ثم استوى على العرش. يدبر الأمر. He is the one who controls everything. He is the controller of whatever you see or what you cannot see. So the various things that are happening in this world, things that you can explain and those that you cannot explain, things that are within physics and within what you can see and touch, within what you can explain scientifically, and those that are metaphysical. They are all from him. He is the controller. يدبر الأمر. ما من شفيع إلا من بعد إذنه ذلكم الله ربكم فاعبدون. That is Allah, your Lord. فاعبدوه. Your position, your role here is to worship him. وما خلقت الجن والإنس إلا ليعبدون. Isn't it? So all you need to do, Allah is telling you, he is the Lord and Creator. He creates everything. He controls everything. He brought you here for you to worship him. أفلا تذكرون إليه مرجعكم جميعا. Not only that, all of you, your return is to him. You finish your lifespan, you go back to him, whether you like it or not, whether you are ready or not ready, isn't it? The final return is to him. إليه مرجعكم جميعا وعد الله حقا إنه يبدأ الخلق ثم يعيده ليجزي الذين آمنوا. That is when you return to him, he is going to reward each and every one of you on the basis of what he has done here on earth. And the way he conducts himself, whether in line with guidance or away from the guidance, just as we have seen from the beginning. Then Allah explained that the creation of the heavens and the earth are his, and he created it just for a purpose, for you, for trial. As Allah said, الَّذِي خَلَقَ الْمَوْتَ وَالْحَيَاةَ لِيَبْلُوَكُمْ أَيُّكُمْ أَحْسَنُ عَمَلًا. He is the one who created death and life in order to test you, to see لِيَنْظُرَ كَيْفَ تَعْمَلُونَ, so that Allah will see how you are going to conduct yourself here on earth on the basis that is in your response to his guidance, subhanahu wa ta'ala. Then the other verses, I think because of time we have to. So it is still an infallible source of knowledge. Islam or the Quran that came with it is an infallible source of knowledge beyond physics, beyond what we can see and touch. It entails what we can see and touch, what the scientists, the chemists, the physicists, and others are searching for. Why? Because these are all creations of Allah, isn't it? Allah is the creator. Allah lahul khalqu wal amr. He has the creation, so he is the one to command. He is the one to command everything in this life, subhanahu wa ta'ala. So Muslims, this is a general for the whole of the generality of Muslims, from the Adam alayhi salam to the last of them, are the believers and followers of the only one religion with Allah, the only religion with Allah, which is Islam, isn't it? There are those who have submitted themselves voluntarily to the will and commandments of Allah. Muslims, as we know, have played a key role in the transformation of Africa and, in fact, other parts of the world, building a civilized and progressive human community. Recently, there have been efforts to brush aside or belittle the contributions of Islam and Muslims to human civilization in various fields. In various fields of study, maybe in whatever is your own specialization, you will see that sometimes when they are giving you the history of any science, any field, they will try to belittle and even say that, no, Muslims have contributed nothing. There is nothing. While in real sense, if you are to go to in-depth, if you are to go to some of the honest writers among them who are somewhat objective, they will tell you that, yes, those contributions of Muslims were magnificent. They are very, I cited just for some comparative religion, where we had Muslims being the first people to have studied the whole religions of the world. One of them, Eric J. Sharp, in his book, Comparative Religion, A History, he said that the honor of writing the first history of religions up to the boundaries of China was Ash-Shahrustani, should be given to Ash-Shahrustani in his book, Al-Milalu wa Nihalu. We all know the books. No. In sociology, we know the role of who was that? Father of sociology? Ibn Khaldun. No. So then what is Muslim civilization? Civilization refers to, let us first go to see what civilization refers to. It refers to a set of humans in a very developed and organized manner, or of a society in its culture and its way of life during a particular period. So whenever we have a particular set of humans living in a very developed and organized manner, a particular period, we say that is their own civilization. Thus, the concept of Muslim civilization refers to situation of a manifestation of belief, manifestation of Iman in every aspect of human life. When we see people living with manifesting Islam in all their life, and when all aspects of human development stand on the basis of Islamic values, on its culture, and a manifestation of both, both in the individuals and society, that is a Muslim civilization. Islam, as we know, is a holistic system with a cardinal framework. It has cardinal framework. That is, when we say Islam, we know there are basic parts of Islam. We have what, as I mentioned earlier, imaniyat, belief system, isn't it? What you are supposed to believe in. That's why that's alladhina amanu wa amilu salihat. There is iman, which is imaniyat. You have to believe in Allah and all the articles of faith. You have to believe in the next life and whatever will come after it. You have to believe that Allah is the controller and He is one, and so on and so forth. And then you have to, that is one part. The second part is ibadat, isn't it? How you should relate to your Lord and Creator. And the most important is prayer. We have the 5 pillars of Islam, or the other 4 pillars. And then you have al-mu'amalat, isn't it? How you deal with all other humans that you are living with, even the vegetational world, the vegetation, the plants, and animals also. There is guidance in how you relate to yourself to that. And the last, 4th part is what we call al-akhlaq. Al-akhlaq, sometimes it is put together with al-mu'amalat, isn't it? That's, we have iman, imaniyat, we have ibadat, then we have al-mu'amalat, and then you have al-akhlaq, isn't it? This section, each and every one of them is important, and taking one part or being very much acquainted with one and abandoning the other will not take you anywhere, isn't it? You have to take it in total, isn't it? It has to be the whole of it. You have to take the whole of it. Now, so there are articles of faith, there are basic injunctions, there are patterns of norms and values in everything. Yes. So Muslim civilization, you can say, places much premium on knowledge. This, I said, I will be repeating over and over again. Knowledge is basic. It was due to that early Muslims, when they came into contact with the Greek, Roman, Persian, Indian, and Chinese civilizations, they filtered the concepts and values of these civilizations, accepted and assimilated that which agreed with the fundamentals of Islam, and rejected that which contradicted its values and teachings. Islam was not an isolated civilization. It's always there for give and take, isn't it? And this is how we should understand Islam at any time, even in our time. So when we see people, for example, today, saying that, we should not take from this, we should not take from that, something that is not contradicting Islam, we say that they have problem of misunderstanding, isn't it? As we saw in the beginning of the extremists, some of the extremists. What are the characteristics of Islamic or Muslim civilization? Islamic civilization possessed salient and distinguishing characteristics from all other civilizations. The features are very, very clear. Number one, absolute tawheed. Absolute monotheism or tawheed. Allah is the creator, the controller, and the center of everything. Whatever we do in life, whatever it is, Allah is the center of everything in Islam or in Islamic civilization or in Muslim civilization. He is the controller, and everything we do has to reflect that basic fact of Allah being one. Even in our faintings and other things, we should not do anything to defect anything that goes against that very basic concept of Tawheed. It is humanly inclined. It is a very, very much realistic civilization. Its laws and its instructions and admonitions, everything are within what is human. Because the message was divine, but meant for humans. Allah is telling us in the Quran that they were saying, why were angels not sent with him or together with him? Allah said, if Allah had will, he would have sent angels, and then and he will, if they are angels, Allah will send angelic messenger to them, isn't it? But you are humans, so that's Allah is sending a human messenger to you. So that whatever Allah instructed, and he will do it, you will see that and you will confirm it is humanly possible for you also to do it. Because he was human and he was able to do it because he was man. Sallallahu alayhi wasallam. So it is a human, and that's why Allah in the laws, whenever there is any law, Allah will impose, for example, fasting on us, isn't it? Fasting of Ramadan. What did he say? فَمَنْ كَانَ مِنْكُمْ مَرِيضًا أَوْ عَلَى سَفَرٍ فَعِدَّةٌ مِنْ أَيَّامٍ أُخَرٍ. Because it's very much realistic, isn't it? Yes, you have to fast the whole month of Ramadan, isn't it? But what if you are in a journey, in a very uncomfortable manner, or you are sick? What are you supposed to do? Because it is something that is meant for humans. Allah had taken care of those conditions, isn't it? And he says, so if you are not well, then you leave it till when you regain your health, isn't it? And if you are in a journey also, till you come back when you are settled in your comfort zone, isn't it? So in everything you see, the wudu, the tayammum, and all other injunctions that we have in Islam, they took care of this particular issue because it is something human. It was meant for human application. It is also universal. Islamic civilization is universal in its ambition and in its message. It is universal in its appeal, in its ambition. Allah told us that when we read the Quran, we see all the prophets and messengers were sent to their own people. وَإِلَىٰ عَادٍ أَخَاهُمْ هُودًا وَإِلَىٰ ثَمُودَ أَخَاهُمْ صَالِحًا. That is, to each people, Allah sent their own messenger to them, one of them. وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَا مِن رَسُولٍ إِلَّا بِلِسَانِ قَوْمِهِ. His own people, isn't it? لِيُبَيِّنَ لَهُمْ. So, but Allah sent Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam as the last and final messenger to the whole of humanity. قُلْ يَا أَيُّهَا النَّاسُ إِنِّي رَسُولُ اللَّهِ إِلَيْكُمْ جَمِيعًا الَّذِي لَهُ مُلْكُ السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا كَافَةً لِلنَّاسِ بَشِيرًا وَنَذِيرًا. And so the verses are very clear that Allah sent him as a universal messenger to the whole of humanity and to the end of time. To the end of time, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So the message was also universal. It was not meant to be practiced only in the 7th century Arabia. It was meant to be practiced to the end of time. With all the sophistication man would attain. You see, that is something natural. That is something of miracle in the Quran. The message of the Quran was so miraculous that just as it was, as one of the scholars of Aqidah was saying, he said the Aqidah that was revealed by Allah in the Quran is equally understood by people who were living in the 7th century Arabia and by people that will be living in skyscrapers. In skyscrapers at any time, isn't it? It is so simple and so lucid and so clear, so natural. It is so natural. It is a natural message that is meant for all humans. It is very, very clear now. It is based on moral principles and values in everything. That is, morality is something very, very, very basic in all what Islam has brought. Something that clearly distinct it from all other civilizations and philosophies. Look at when you hear communism or capitalism or democracy or whatever. Yes, you see that something that has permeated all aspects of Islam is morality. Morality at the time of peace and morality at the time of war. Even at the time of war, isn't it? Very, very clear instructions were given by the Prophet ﷺ that when you go out, even at war, when you can say people might even lose their control or because of anger and so on and so forth, but very clear instructions are given. Don't kill women, don't kill children, Don't kill old people. Don't destroy trees. Don't do anything of destruction because you have a mission. Your mission is to preserve whatever Allah has created, but only to guide all humans to Islam, to Allah, their creator. So morality is there, and there's principles and values in everything. It is based on knowledge also, again, the issue of knowledge, learning. There is no philosophy, no way of life, no anything that you find very clear instruction like that hadith of the Prophet ﷺ where he said, طَلَبُ الْعِلْمِ فَرِيضَةٌ عَلَى كُلِّ مُسْلِمٍ. طَلَبُ الْعِلْمِ فَرِيضَةٌ عَلَى كُلِّ مُسْلِمٍ. You cannot find it anywhere where a basic condition of you being a believer as imposed by the Prophet ﷺ is for you to seek knowledge. And it started with knowledge, isn't it? You cannot find this anywhere. Whether in religions, as a student of religion, I'm saying this, you cannot find this in any religion, that one of the basic conditions for you to be a member of that society or that religion is that you have to seek knowledge. This you find clearly in Islam. The verses of the Quran regarding knowledge are very, very clear. There are so many. So it is a civilization that is based on knowledge, the legacy of the best humans. The legacy of the best human, that is the prophets and messengers, and it abhors ignorance. It detests ignorance. Allah is saying, فَلَوْلَا فَضْلُ اللَّهِ عَلَيْكَ وَرَحْمَتُهُ لَهَمَّ طَائِفَةٌ مِّنْهُمْ أَن يُضِلُّوكَ وَمَا يُضِلُّونَ إِلَّا أَنفُسَهُمْ وَمَا يَضُرُّونَكَ مِنْ شَيْءٍ وَأَنزَلَ اللَّهُ عَلَيْكَ الْكِتَابَ وَالْحِكْمَةَ وَعَلَّمَكَ مَا لَمْ تَكُنْ تَعْلَمُ وَكَانَ فَضْلُ اللَّهِ عَلَيْكَ عَظِيمًا وَكَانَ فَضْلُ اللَّهِ عَلَيْكَ عَظِيمًا. So the best of what Allah has given to the best of humans is knowledge, and that is one of the basic characteristics of this ummah. Then lastly, we said religious tolerance or pluralism. You don't find in almost man, because of ego, he wants to exist alone, isn't it? A system of life, a system of worship, a religion that is not from Allah wants to exist alone, isn't it? But Islam from the beginning has room for others to exist. It is a tolerant religion. It is a tolerant faith. And that's why Allah said, La ikraha fi din, isn't it? La ikraha fi din. There is no compulsion in religion. Why? Because religion is supposed to be something voluntarily. Let people accept on the basis of clear instructions and clear conviction. La ikraha fi din. قَدْ تَبَيَّنَ الرُّشْدُ مِنَ الْغَيِّ. The guidance is very, very explicit, very clear from misguidance. So let each and every person use his intellect and choose for himself. Because when the moment you want to impose your religion on another person, you can only create a munafiq. You will end up creating a hypocrite, isn't it? Isn't it? Because he can show to you, yes, I have accepted, but in his heart there is disbelief, isn't it? And that's what we call a munafiq. So that's why it is religion is supposed to be accepted voluntarily, at your own volition. So it accepts others, and that's why in Islamic civilization, you see very, very clear instruction that the Jews and the Christians, whenever the Muslim will conquer politically any area, whether maybe they have Jews and Christians, they will not impose their religion on them. This discussion may be in questions or somewhere. Before I so much elaborate on it, on the issue of jihad and conquest and la ikraha fi din, how do you reconcile between this and this? But just to say now is that yes, Islam is for political conquest. Political conquest is on the basis of clear instruction from the Prophet ﷺ that whenever the Muslim warriors are to go to any community, they should first invite them to Islam, isn't it? If they are ready and they accept, then that, well and good. If they said, no, we are not going to accept your religion, we'll follow our own religion, then the second condition is that, okay, you should pay jizya which is a sort of an allegiance or acceptance of the authority of Islam and Muslims. If they said, no, we are not also going to do that, that is the time they are going to fight them. That is the time there will be jihad. They will use weapons on them. Why? So as to clear those people who are not ready to allow others to choose freely what religion they want to choose. It is for them to clear the political setup, the political actors, those who are enjoying the status quo, okay? They want to clear them so that now, after clearing those who are not ready to allow freedom of religion, they will be cleared, isn't it? And then people will be left to their choices. People will be left now to choose for themselves. There's no imposition. I hope you understand this, isn't it? They clear them and then they allow people to choose without any imposition. While reading the history of Islam, I saw in one of the books by Adam Metz, maybe you can study it. The Renaissance of Islam, that is the title, The Renaissance of Islam. I don't know whether some of you have seen it. He was mentioning that there was a time in some of the Khulafa who were imposing Islam on the subjects, on their people, which was never right, isn't it? They were not, nothing was approved of that. They did that on their own, isn't it? Why? Because the instructions are there very clearly. If, for example, you become the king of a particular place or the ruler of a particular society, and then you impose Islam on each and every member, you are not doing right. You are not doing Islam, isn't it? You are doing something else. You are supposed to invite people honorably in the best of manner so that on their own they accept it, not you imposing it on them. I hope it is clear, isn't it? So this is very, very important. So what are the sources of Islamic civilization? The following are the sources from which Islamic civilization is derived. The glorious Quran, as we know, there was nothing neglected in that book of this or other life. That is, Allah has explained everything that we needed in this our life and in the next life. مَا فَرَّطْنَا فِي الْكِتَابِ مِنْ شَيْءٍ. That is, we have left nothing out of this book. Allah says, وَنَزَّلْنَا عَلَيْكَ الْكِتَابَ تِبِيَانًا لِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ تِبِيَانًا لِكُلِّ شَيْءٍ وَهُدًى وَرَحْمَةً وَبُشْرَى لِلْمُسْلِمِينَ in Surah Al-Nahl, which is very, very clear. It is a clear exposition of everything. So everything is there in that book that Allah has sent. Then the hadith and the sunnah of the Prophet, which is the practical application of that message. The recipient of the message, sallallahu alayhi wasallam, was instructed, وَنَزَّلْنَا عَلَيْكَ الْكِتَابَ وَمَا أَنزَلْنَا عَلَيْكَ الْكِتَابَ إِلَّا لِتُبَيِّنَ لَهُمُ الَّذِي اخْتَلَفُوا فِيهِ. That we have not sent unto you the book except so that you'll explain to them whatever they differed in it, in whatever they differed. So his was to explain and apply the message and to tell people that it is humanly applicable, isn't it? It can be applied by humans. And he said, I have not been raised except so that I will complete the best of human conduct. Then legacies and works of other civilizations are also part of Muslim civilization. Something very important, I think, as we will come to see, when we are talking of Muslim civilization or Islamic civilization, sometimes they call it Arab civilization in Western writings. They mean anybody who flourished and contributed to that civilization, whether a Muslim or a non-Muslim. Whether a Muslim or a non-Muslim. Why? And this is why, because we had some Jewish scholars who flourished under Islamic rule. They contributed their own quota. Some of the physicians were non-Muslim, Nestorian, Christians, and so on and so forth, but they are all considered to be part of Muslim or Islamic civilization. But essentially, when we say Islamic civilization, we mean what has evolved on the basis of the new line of thinking, new revelation of the Quran and the Sunnah that Allah sent, and the Sunnah that was explained by the Prophet ﷺ, and whatever emanated from that on the basis of its application in life.
Assalamu alaikum, Prof. Please, you have 30 minutes more. 30 minutes more.
30?
30 minutes more, yes, please.
Okay, that's all right. Thank you. So legacies and works of other civilizations are also taken into consideration as part of, as I said earlier, it is not an isolated civilization. Whatever, just as we should also live at our own times, anybody who will bring anything that is useful to humanity and that is not against the principles of Islam, the basics, as thawabit, we have what we call thawabit, things that are permanent principle, that nobody can change it. Al-halalu wal-haramu. Al-halalu wal-haram, it is a no-go area for anybody, isn't it? Allah has already accomplished it. The Prophet has told us clearly that whatever, there is nothing that will take you to the Jannah that I have not told you. That is, he explained everything. قَدْ بَلَّغَ الرِّسَالَةَ وَأَدَّى الْأَمَانَةَ صلى الله عليه وسلم. Anything that will take us to Jannah, he has explained to it. He has explained it to us. And anything that will take you us from the hellfire, he has also done it, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So the religion is complete, everything is there. But the basic principle that we have in Islam, as you will see in other presentation, Maqasid al-Sharia and so on and so forth, Usul al-Fiqh, they will explain to you that yes, whenever there is anything that will come at any time, scholars will look into that, look at it on the basis of basic Islam principles, and then they will find a position for it. Muslim history and human civilization. The positive response of the Muslim to revelation, which Allah has sent, and the direct guidance from the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam changed their way of life to form the first meliorist community, the community that was working for the good of others. That community that was to change the world to the best. When you look at just a book I quoted here, Al-Nadwi's book, the title is Islam and the World in English, Islam and the World. That is the English translation. But the Arabic title is ماذا خسر العالم ماذا خسر العالم بانحطاط المسلمين. ماذا خسر العالم بانحطاط المسلمين. The direct literal translation of the Arabic title is saying what the world has lost because of the decadence of the Muslims. That is, the world has lost a lot because the Muslims are not at their best. The world has lost a lot. You see, even you in your own individual life, you know that there is a time you are at your best, isn't it? And there is a time when you are very low, isn't it, in your own life, isn't it? So when the Muslims were at their best, they contributed the best to humanity. And since they left that position of being at their best, the world has lost a lot because the Muslims are not at the helm of affairs of the world. That book of, written maybe more than 60 years back by Abul Hassan Ali al-Nadwi, Abul Hassan Ali al-Nadwi, he explained to us, just as our scholars are saying, there is no way you can value Islam and what Islam has brought if you didn't know the condition of Jahiliyyah, isn't it? When you know how the people were living before, how so barbaric and animalistic and beastly they were before revelation, and you see the marvelous changes brought by Allah's guidance to them, then you will value, isn't it? Then you will value that message. So he explained the condition of the whole world before the coming of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, how there was so much injustice, and you know the Jahiliyyah, you might have studied about how they were living. They can go on internecine war sometimes for decades on something very trivial, isn't it? You go and kill people of this tribe, and then they'll go back and kill your on and on children to fathers to grandchildren, and so on and so forth, on and on. So Islam brought what changed that for the better. So that is one very important reference book. I think you can maybe go and you can see what is there. By that, they were able to form a bridge. The Muslims were able to form a bridge between the civilizations of the East, the eastern part of the world, When we talk of China, India, Japanese maybe, then the western part, because Allah had made this ummah the middle nation, isn't it? وكذلك جعلناكم أمة وسطا لتكونوا شهداء على الناس ويكون الرسول عليكم شهيدا. They did that by preserving knowledge. The knowledge of the Western and Eastern civilizations, their philosophies, were preserved by Muslims. They studied them after having translated them to Arabic, preserved them, added on to them, evaluated, criticized them, and then they also produced their own addition, isn't it? And they brought it in new light. Their impetus was that, the main impetus, that what prompted them to do that, what encouraged them towards that was the quest for knowledge, which was, as we all know, we have been saying again and again, an obligatory religious duty in Islam. Through their creativity, they brought marvelous contributions in various fields of human sciences. The Muslims' intellectual achievements in all fields made Islamic civilization a leading civilization of the world for over 1,000 years. For over 1,000 years, it was the leading civilization of the world. That is from the time of its inception. You can see it was something of a graduation, it's a gradual process, till the time when it reached its zenith at the time of the Abbasids, isn't it? And it continued even after that, when it was the dominant civilization of the time. The dominant civilization of the time. To the extent that, as I was reading, this is the second one, Arabic as international language. Arabic became the international language of science. It was used for massive translation. Before that, I was reading in the history of the church that as a student of religions, that there was a time within those centuries, this 1,000 years, when you cannot be appointed the Pope of Rome unless as a basic qualification, you have to have the knowledge of Arabic. You have to know Arabic to qualify to be a Pope at that time. Because it was the lingua franca of the world, the language of science. So they used it, and that was why all the translations were made from Syriac, from Sanskrit, the ancient Indian language, and all other languages, Chinese, you can say, and so on, all back to Arabic, including the Greek, the Greece. All their philosophy were translated back to Arabic language, through which Muslims not only acquired wisdom from other cultures, from other civilizations, but also made their own contribution and created a unique civilization. This phenomenal historical continuity or continuation that the Muslim produced supplemented the development of Judaism and Christianity through their philosophers and formed the foundation of the next dominant civilization of the West, which we are witnessing now. This last statement is very, very important, isn't it? Because you see the historical continuity the Muslims experienced. That is, they inherited the ancient civilizations and their philosophies, whether it is from Persia or China or India, and then the Greece and Roman and so on and so forth. They took everything together, translated them into Arabic, developed them, and then passed it on to even the Westerners themselves. It was said that the Westerners or the Greeks, the Westerners generally, when we say Greece, we talk of Rome and Italy, and we are talking of Europe, isn't it? They didn't know their own civilization. They didn't know their own philosophy, except through the efforts of Muslims. They knew them when they were coming to Muslim universities in Andalus, in Andalusia, to learn from Muslim professors their own heritage, their own philosophy. It was after that they translated it, or they were able to maybe revive their language and maybe translate, or they might have translated back what the Muslims have translated into Arabic back to their original languages. So this helped the development of Judaism and Christianity. How? That is, among the Jews and the Christians, there were, you know, one, especially in Andalus. Andalus is Spain, Muslim Spain. And when we say Muslim Spain, we are talking of Spain, part of Portugal, and part of Italy. All these were under Muslim rule. So it was essentially a Christian society, isn't it, with Jews also there. So Muslims were, for 200 years, they were ruling over these areas. And so these people were allowed, because there is no imposition, they were allowed to flourish. And they flourished, they studied and were seriously influenced by Muslim philosophy. There are two clear examples of some of the basic and most important, you can say, philosophers in these two religions that were seriously influenced by Islam. For Judaism, there is Musa bin Maimun. Musa bin Maimun, Moses ben Maimonides. You Google him, you will know. His position was such that they were saying, when they established the first institute for the study of Judaism in the New World, in the US, once they started the first institute for the study of Judaism, they named him after him. Moses ben Maimonides. He was the most important and most influential Jewish philosopher. Is that clear? So Musa bin, to the extent that they were saying in Arabic, Bayna Musa wa Musa lam yazharuka Musa. Bayna Musa alayhi salam wa Musa bin Maimun lam yazhar ahadun ka Musa bin Maimun. Actually, you understand, isn't it? That is from the time of Musa alayhi salam. That is, by that they are belittling even their other prophets, isn't it? Because after Musa, there are many Israelite prophets, isn't it? But they are saying that in terms of his contribution intellectually as a philosopher, he was the one who, you can say, shaped new Judaism. He flourished under Muslim rule. He flourished under Muslim. His masterpiece, Hidayatul Ha'irin was written in Arabic. It was translated as a Guide to the Perplexed. Guide to the Perplexed. Okay? He flourished under Muslim rule, and he was even guiding his own Jewish community on how they should stick to their religion and how they should understand their religion intellectually. That's intellectual understanding of the religion, not blind followership. Then under Christianity, we have Thomas Aquinas. St. Thomas Aquinas also was another great Christian philosopher who flourished under Muslim rule. He had, at one time, the church commissioned him to fight Muslim philosophy, especially of Ibn Rushd. Ibn Rushd al-Andalusi, one of the great Muslim philosophers. So their efforts under Muslim rule, taking guidance from much of what Muslims were doing in philosophical researches, it helped in supplementing the growth of their religions. You can see this very clearly in the book of M.M. Sharif. M.M. Sharif, A History of Muslim Philosophy. A History of Muslim Philosophy. He wrote on how Muslim philosophy influenced Jewish and Christian philosophies. So through their philosophers and that all this led to the laying of the foundation of the present dominant civilization of the West. Learning as the basis of Islamic civilization, we said we will go over and over this issue of learning, knowledge, and that is the only thing that will revive this ummah. The theme of the first revelation, as we all know, of the Quran, has proved an important stimulus to learning in Islam, isn't it? Iqra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaq was the first revelation. Allah did not start revelation by saying, believe in Allah or establish prayer, isn't it? But Iqra bismi rabbika alladhi khalaq, and to the end of those 5 verses of Surah Al-Alaq. So it is a message of scholarship, It is a message of scholarship. The tradition of the Prophet ﷺ are replete with a hadith commanding believers to search for knowledge and wisdom, isn't it? طلب العلم فريضة على كل مسلم. من سلك طريقا يلتمس فيه علما سهل الله له طريقا إلى الجنة. Allah is saying also, هل يستوي الذين يعلمون والذين لا يعلمون. Allah also said, يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات. So the position of knowledge is very, very, very fundamental, and that is why you can never be a successful believer and worshiper in Islam without knowledge. It is not based on just inna wajadna aba'ana ala ummah, isn't it? What these believers were saying, that I am just raised in a Muslim family, and so I am just doing as I saw my parents doing. It's not enough. This is not enough in Islam. The word ilm, knowledge, appeared 750 times in the Quran, and it is the most repeated word in both the Quran and the Sunnah. This made the Muslim community to realize the necessity of learning and establishment of schools of all kinds everywhere. Within a century of the advent of Islam, Muslim civilization reached as far as North Africa and Spain in one direction, and China and Indonesia in the other, gaining an impressive number of conversions. Why? Because it is a very natural message that easily captivates minds. You can see the extent of Muslim world and civilization at that time. You can see that is where it started, and then you see Arabia, that is Mecca, Medina, and then these areas of Iran, Oman, then later on areas of Kabul, then up to Maghreb, Tripoli, Fezzan, and so on and so forth, within just a century. Okay, this is part 3. I want part 2, the second set of slides. So if you want us to have some break now, we can. That one, what Muslim contribution to global civilization, is our next discussion, the next set of slides. We'll come back to this one later on. Yes, inshallah. Do you have it there?
No, they are going to, he's going to check on it. It will be up in a minute.
After the break. Okay, no problem.
No, Prof, please, we have about 12 minutes more before you go for break.
No, we can use it for
question and answer session.
Because I want to go to part 2. Otherwise, we go for question and answers.
Okay, so then I guess I will take question and answers, please.
Yes.
So if anyone has any question, you can raise your hand up. I would give you the opportunity to ask your question.
This is just introductory and part 1. Now.
Okay, you can go ahead, please.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah,
please, Prof. The Spain, the time that the Muslims ruled the Spain and then later on they were sacked out, is it that those who became Muslims in that country, is it that they, like, after they were sacked, the Muslims were sacked, is it that they went back to their own religion, or like they all left and then left Spain? Because now I don't know whether Muslims are even in Spain, so I'm surprised when I heard that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next question, please. Okay, Prof.
Yes, I will note it.
Oh, okay.
Next one.
Next question, please. I saw someone at the back. Okay, it was Jamal. Please go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much, Prof. I was in a bit confused at a point whereby you made mention that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent down human beings as prophets to guide mankind. And I know that heaven and hell was created for the jinns and the mankind. So I want to know if there are prophets sent to the jinn, because a human being can also be sent to the jinn. That's what I want to know, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I have a challenge here. In the beginning, you made mention that normally the Muslims Ummah was supposed to be leading, but we are not. And you went further to explain, coming to the sources of Islamic civilization where you mentioned the glorious Quran and the Hadith. Still, we have these things as our source, our basic source of knowledge, but yet we are not making any progress. What is our problem now? Thank you.
Okay. Any other question, please? Okay, Brother Lukman, you can go ahead.
My question to Prof is that when he is talking about Andalus, and then my mind came about some question that I need to ask. We heard that it is during the second Khalifa, that Umar bin Khattab radiallahu ta'ala anhu, that Islam got the first university in the world. So I want to know how true is that information.
Which one? Again? Explain further.
The first Islamic university was built in Andalus. And that's what we want to know.
Any other question? Okay, Sister Hindu, go ahead.
Please, I want to know what led to the downfall of Muslims in Baghdad. And in Baghdad.
Baghdad.
Yes. Okay. And how they were able to overcome, get together back on their feet.
Okay. Please, Rama, you can go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum. Please, from the start, you said when Muslims obey Allah and the prophets, everything will be very easy for them in provision and stuff. So does it mean those who are extremely poor or afflicted with disease or something like that, there is something that they are not doing right? Or I really want to be.
Okay, I'll take the last question from Mr. Morrison and then Prof will start answering. Mr. Morrison, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. We are much grateful for this education. My concern is some years ago, as you rightly said, history tells us that Islam was in Spain to the extent that even our number was very high. Even in your presentation, you also said even at parts of even Italy and some parts of Europe. Portugal. But currently, as I'm speaking, when you go to Spain, though Muslims are there, but as compared to some years ago, they are not there. Even when you see some of their structures, you can see some Islamic or some wares over there. What is the problem of all these things? Thank you.
I think it's like the first question. Okay, go ahead. Next. Is that all? Okay, so we respond? Okay. Okay, so the first and the last question were almost the same. That is the issue of Spain and what happened to the Muslims there. Yes, I told us that the Muslims were at the helm of affairs and they ruled there, they established for over 200 years. But what happened was that there was a serious, you can say, Christian campaign led by Frederick, and then Isabella. Yes, these were some of their rulers that seriously fought Islam, you can say, to the finish. They fought Islam to the finish. That is, they fought the Muslims to the extent that, I said our civilization is one that is tolerant, isn't it? But for them, they are intolerant. They gave them very clear instructions. Either you go back to Christianity or we exterminate you, or you leave. Many of them left. They left. So, and when we come to see the contribution of Muslims to civilization, and especially how they took Islam to these different parts of the world, Muslims reached the gates of Vienna in Austria. Up to that place they reached. If not, if Allah had just willed it that way, otherwise the whole of Europe would have been Muslim by now. Okay? They were stopped at the gates of Vienna in Austria. Is that clear? So there was a serious campaign by the Christian world at that time to exterminate Islam and Muslim from Al-Andalus, the whole of Andalus, and that was why we saw that now there is almost no Muslim. There is Muslim existence there, isn't it? But very weak. And these structures that are there, that we'll see some of them even in our presentations, are there to show us of the past glory of Islam in those areas. Is that clear? Yes. So, on the second issue of whether prophets were sent to the jinn. Prophets were sent to the jinn, but among humans. This is very clear when we read the Surah Al-Jinn. إن قد أوحي إلي أنه استمع نفر من الجن فقالوا إنا سمعنا قرآنا عجبا. Allah is saying وإذ صرفنا إليك نفر من الجن يستمعون القرآن فلما حضروه قالوا أنصتوا فلما قضي ولوا إلى قومهم منذرين in Surah Al-Ahqaf, isn't it? So just like we say there were no women prophetess, so also there were no prophets from among the jinn. It is the humans. You know, in Hausa, we call the jinn, like they call them mutanen boye. Mutanen boye. Just like us humans, but they don't have physical structure that we have, isn't it? And they are with us here. They are learning with us now. Many of them are here, isn't it? Yes. Yes, they are with us everywhere now. So it is clear. And that because they are of a different nature, isn't it? And that's how Allah has created them. And that's why as a Muslim, as long as you are a believer and you are doing your azkar, you don't need to fear anything. You don't need to fear the jinn. They cannot do of anything of their own. Isn't it? It is only by the will of Allah. Is that clear? So Allah sent prophets. وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَا مِنْ قَبْلِكَ إِلَّا رِجَالًا نُوحِي إِلَيْهِمْ مِنْ أَهْلِ الْقُرَى. That is, it is men that Allah has been sending as prophets and messengers to all human and jinn. Yes, jinn are accountable, are going to be accountable before Allah. That's why Allah is saying, وَلَقَدْ ذَرَأْنَا لِجَهَنَّمَ كَثِيرًا مِنَ الْجِنِّ وَالْإِنسِ لهم قلوب لا يفقهون بها ولهم أعين لا يبصرون بها ولهم آذان لا يسمعون بها أولئك كالأنعام بل هم أضل أولئك هم الغافلون. So both the jinn and the humans are thaqalan, isn't it? As thaqalan, the heavy ones, the ones that are going to stand for accountability before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the next slide. The question of what is our problem? Yes. We know we have the Quran, we have the Sunnah, isn't it, as they are. If we could recall, there is one of the Muslim scholars, this man, Sayyid Qutb, even though some people have been condemning him as an extremist, but not truly. He was saying that he had a chapter which he called the unique Quranic generation. Jilul Quran al-Farid. Jilul Quran al-Farid. The unique Quranic generation. That generation was unique. Why? Because they were raised directly by the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That generation of Muslims who became the torchbearers of guidance for the whole world, they saw it all and they witnessed it all. They were the people who saw the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. They saw revelation, they saw miracles, isn't it? So their iman and their composition, their makeup was very much unique, isn't it? So that was why, and Allah willed it that way, that they will lead the issue, the problem of the affair of establishing this religion in the whole world. They became the teachers of the Tabi'un, isn't it? And Tabi'un took from a part of whatever they could take from these people, and they also helped the Tabi'un. You see, just as the Prophet was saying, خَيْرُ الْقُرُونِ قَرْنِي ثُمَّ الَّذِينَ يَلُونَهُمْ ثُمَّ الَّذِينَ يَلُونَهُمْ. The best of generation are my own generation, and that is my own generation, followed by those who follow them, and followed by those who followed them. So you can see that there is a sort of a progression, but what is very, very clear was that the attachment they have and the application they have of the Quran and Sunnah was so intense, isn't it? So strong, and that was why they were able to establish and achieve what they have achieved. We can look at ourselves, isn't it? It is very easy to understand the situation, isn't it? Are we really implementing the message? We know there is nothing of Islam which we didn't know, isn't it? But what part of it are we applying in our lives? You see? So that is the problem, isn't it? That is the issue. Some of them were so strong that immediately they hear any instruction from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they will immediately act upon it. That is why those who are writing on the history of revelation of the Quran, you know the Quran was revealed in 23 years, isn't it? 13 years of Mecca and 10 years of Medina. In the whole, they said almost in the whole 13 years of Mecca, the Quran was establishing, entrenching Iman in the hearts of believers. The verses, the revelation, the miracles, and everything were there so that Muslims will have very, very strong faith. So that immediately they moved to Medina, establishing themselves as an entity. Then now laws were revealed and they were wholeheartedly applying them to the letter. Whenever anything will come as an instruction, they will immediately act upon it, isn't it? Which many of us are not doing now, isn't it? So that was why. So the attachment and the application of the message as was done by them, it's not like what we are doing now, isn't it? And that's why we have to bear the brunt, isn't it? We have to bear the consequence of that. The downfall of the Muslims in Baghdad, I think, was due to the Tatars. We have the Tatars who attacked that Muslim capital, but to the surprise of the world, those people who led to the downfall, they said they massacred so many Muslims in Baghdad, but all to end up becoming Muslims themselves. Okay? At the end of it, they accepted Islam, isn't it? That is one of the miracles of Islam, the miracle of this religion. You see, there is no time when, since Allah has sent this final religion, and this ummah is the last ummah, the ummah of Hujjatullah. رسلا مبشرين ومنذرين لئلا يكون للناس على الله حجة بعد الرسل, isn't it? Allah has sent, this is the last ummah, so Allah will never allow it to be exterminated completely, isn't it? It will die or reach near death, it will come into comatose, isn't it? Into a coma, and then Allah will raise it again, isn't it? So, and the Prophet ﷺ is very explicit in many ahadith he was mentioning of the revival of this ummah, that this ummah is going to take over again the affairs of the world, inshallah. Okay, the issue of the poor and why they are, yes, you see, this is part of what we call theodicy. Theodicy in philosophy. That is what is the source of evil? What is the source of evil? We have people who are very pious, isn't it? Well, they are poor, isn't it? And some people are very, very, you can say, disobedient, cruel, wicked, but they're extremely rich. Well, this is a trial, isn't it? As a trial. Allah is saying, فَأَمَّا الْإِنسَانُ إِذَا مَبْتَلَاهُ رَبُّهُ فَأَكْرَمَهُ وَنَعَّمَهُ فَيَقُولُ رَبِّي أَكْرَمَنِ وَأَمَّا إِذَا مَبْتَلَاهُ فَقَدَرَ عَلَيْهِ رِزْقَهُ فَيَقُولُ رَبِّي أَهَانًا كَلَّا. No, it is not like that. When you see Allah, if Allah has given you wealth, it doesn't mean that Allah loves you. Is that clear? So when Allah made you poor, you are pious, it doesn't mean that Allah hates you. Is that clear? It is only a trial. It is a trial. لِيَبْلُوَكُمْ أَيُّكُمْ أَحْسَنُ عَمَلًا أَوْ لِيَنْظُرَ كَيْفَ تَعْمَلُونَ. Allah will test you with poverty. وَلَنَبْلُوَنَّكُمْ بِشَيْءٍ من الخوف والجوع ونقص من الأموال والأنفس والثمرات وبشر الصابرين الذين إذا أصابتهم مصيبة قالوا إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون أولئك عليهم صلوات من ربهم ورحمة وأولئك هم المهتدون. So Allah is testing you with poverty. وَنَبْلُوكُمْ بِالْخَيْرِ وَالشَّرِّ فِتْنَةً. The verses are very clear, isn't it? So what is on you is to be a very pious and obedient servant of Allah. And if Allah were to test you with poverty, then rest assured that Allah is going to be by your side. Because Poverty, they said, is is friend of kufr, isn't it? It's just a brother of kufr. If you are poor and if you do not take care of your mind and your heart and your iman, you can easily fall into disbelief, isn't it? Why? Because you can say, oh Allah, why are you giving these people this, that, and you are not giving me? Oh Allah, I disbelieve in you, isn't it? Somebody can easily miss the way by that. But it is a test. But as long as your heart is good and you are a believer in Allah, whether Allah tests you with poverty or with rich, then Allah will protect you and He will guide you. So I think this is what I can say of the questions.
So, Prof, we'll take a 5 minutes break to just walk around and then we'll come back. So please, it's now 10:55. So we are taking, 10:55. We are taking a 5 minutes break and then we'll come back at 11 to take the second session. Thank you.
Aisha.
Assalamu alaikum. Prof, please, we can begin the second session.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Let us continue the second part of the presentation, and that is, after having seen the meaning of Islam, our working definition, and what Muslims, how the Islamic civilization started. Let us see now the contributions Muslims made to global civilization in the various fields of human endeavor. You can see this under, for example, Islamic civilization in Europe and Asia, contribution in trade, contribution in agriculture and technology, flowering of Islamic learning, contribution in the sciences, contribution in medicine, and in the arts. These are the same thing I just mentioned. In Europe and West Asia in trade, agriculture and technology, flowering of Islamic sciences, the sciences, medicine, and the arts. Islamic civilization in Europe and West Asia. Muslim world expanded into Europe and Asia after they gained control of the oceans. That is from the time when ships were constructed, and Muslims were able to take over and control the oceans, travel distances in oceans. That was when they were able to bring Islam into Europe and other parts of Asia. You know the army of Muhammad al-Fatih, foretold by the Prophet ﷺ that there will be an army, what an excellent army and what an excellent leader that will take over Constantinople. Constantinople, that is the center of Byzantium Christianity. At that time, it is the same thing, the same town that was changed to Istanbul, from the city of Constantine to the city of Islam. That is the capital of Turkey now. Okay, even though they have Ankara, isn't it? So it was an excellent prediction by the Prophet regarding that particular army, and it was so terrible, so difficult for them to take over. But just as Allah has promised through His Prophet, the Muslims were able to conquer it. And you know how the Ottomans or the Turks have what they have done for Islam, even of recent. You know what is happening now in Turkey. and the efforts of from Najmuddin Arbakan to some of his students, Erdogan, Rajab Tayyip Erdogan, who is doing a lot. You know, of recent, he changed that Hagia Sophia, isn't it, into a Jumat mosque, isn't it? One of the great Christian edifices, isn't it? It was turned into a Jumat mosque with so much hues and cries from the Western media, isn't it? They travel with ships for commerce and also for spreading of Islam. They learned navigation skills. They added the rudder, that is for steering the boats and the ships. And the West learned all this from the Muslims during the Crusades. During the Crusades, the Western world, at its own level of development, where by the time they interacted with the Muslims, they were learning a lot of what the Muslims have done in technology. They improved astrolabe, the instrument that is used for traveling in the sea. From the Greeks, they improved upon it. They gained the magnetic needle also. The magnetic needle for also navigation in the sea. Yes. Muslim ships reached India. They reached also China. That is at the time when they were, after having constructed them. And this is what part of what was said in the beginning, at the time when they controlled the oceans, when they were able to move through the oceans. They reached also the coast of Africa. The word admiral came from the Arabic Amir al-Bahr. Amir al-Bahr, that is the original meaning of admiral, which we have now in English language. As we know, there are many of these words that originated from Arabic that give us an idea of how the influence of Islam on Arabic language on the present Western life. However, Muslims did not move beyond Spain and Sicily. They reached the gates of Vienna, what I was saying just before now. That is, in their efforts to take Islam to all parts of Europe, they couldn't go beyond the gates of Vienna, Austria, but they have taken over, as we know, Muslim Spain, Sicily, and some parts of, as I said, Italy and Portugal. They made impact on Sicily in agriculture and learning. They ruled there, as we mentioned, for 200 years. They created the fusion of Christian and Islamic cultures, as I was saying, that these were Christian societies, but with Islam being the ruling power, not imposing itself on the people. So there was a sort of a fusion of the two cultures. As long as as we know, the principle of Islam is we can take whatever is not in contradiction to the teachings and principles of Islam. Especially, we know in Usul al-Fiqh, we know there is al-urfu wal-adat. Isn't al-urfu wal-adat as a source of law? Anything that is not contradictory to the original teachings or principles of Islam, of the culture of a people, it can be taken. Their shipbuilding made Sicily a maritime power because of the efforts of the Muslims. Frederick's, the one that I was saying, was close to the Muslim, but only later on to turn against the Muslim together with Isabella when they attacked and they tried to exterminate and expel Muslims from Spain, from Europe. Muslim traders and sailors also made another major contribution to geography. That's travelogue writing and records. That is, it was part of what Muslims contributed, that they were travelers, Muslim travelers, who after having traveled to different parts of the world, they will write their records, their experiences. They will tell us about the people they met, their religion, their culture. We know a very famous scholar in that regard. Who was that? We know Ibn Battuta, isn't it? Ibn Battuta al-Bakri and many other Muslim scholars who are moving around, visiting the different parts of the world, and then writing to tell us about, we'll see this, inshallah, in our history of Muslims in Africa. They went into Asia, up to India, Russia, and China. They created the postal system for communication, for effective communication. And that was improved during the Abbasid with Baghdad as the center. Baghdad, you know, it was a new city entirely that was established. I think is it Harun al-Rashid Owa, I forgot this. They established as a new city, which was the center of the Abbasids. Muslims were open to other cultures. This is one feature that is very, very important, that Muslims are open to other cultures. They are not just like we can say isolated or intolerant or not minding whatever exists around. No, they are very much open. They took along with them the sense of a civilized life. It is really, the Muslim brought a real civilization to the areas they conquered politically. Unlike the so-called colonialists, isn't it? The colonial masters, when they colonize people, they colonize them with the aim of exploiting them. They were there to expand their rule, to expand their riches, to have access to the riches of the conquered lands. And you know what happened, isn't it? When they colonized our countries, they took almost everything they could get from us, including our manuscripts. Pastoral regions in Asia became Muslim due to trade. Sufis from Central Asia were effective in converting remote areas until the East and the West were Islamized. This is one set of Muslims, Muslim Sufis, Muslim Mutasawwifa, or what we call mystics, okay, who devoted the whole of their lives only to Islam, and some of them were not contented with living in isolation to worship Allah. They move around, bringing people, converting people to Islam. There are many of them. Their efforts, together with the efforts of merchants, were responsible for bringing Islam to the Far East, the areas of Indonesia, Polynesia, and also down to Africa south of the Sahara. Most of these areas were not conquered by war, by jihad. It was conquered or converted by means of the itinerant scholars or Sufis who were moving around, taking Islam to different parts of the world. Itinerary scholars became the contact with cities and villages. That is, they are scholars who were not contented to live and stay in their own places. They were moving around. You know, the Wangarawas from Mali, the Al-Magili. Just before coming here, I was for 11 days in Algeria. 11 days as guest of the president. Yes, there was a conference of Al-Magili, Muhammad bin Abdul Karim Al-Magili. He died over 500 years back, but now the whole country was celebrating him. A conference was held for 2 days, and then for the remaining 9 days, they took us to each and every part of the country in planes. And whenever we reach any state, the governor and all the officials of the state will be lined up there to shake our hands. An aircraft was sent to Kano. There were the grandchildren of Al-Magili. Around 50 of them were chosen. Then the delegation of the Amir Kano, and then some others. Around 100 of us, people from Niger, Chad, and all others, they converged in Kano, and a special flight was arranged to take us directly from Kano to Algiers, isn't it? So the same thing also in return. So they are taking us from one state to another. We saw from the state where he was born to where he landed to finally to his grave. The final touch was at where his grave was, and that was where we concluded everything. So he was so much eulogized and celebrated now because of the efforts he did. They saw him as a mujaddid, isn't it? Mujaddid in terms of the knowledge of Islam that he has spread to part of. He fought the Jews also. He fought the Jews there in Tuat. He even expelled them from that area of Algeria where they initially they have taken over, isn't it? And then after that, he now moved down to the Sahara, moving down up to Kano. He met the Amir of Kano, Muhammad Rumfa, in 1492. We are talking of the 15th century. 15th century. It was after that then he came to Askia Muhammad the Great in Songhai Empire, and he left writings, isn't it? So these are some of the people that devoted their lives for the spread of Islam, not by means of war. Al-Magili and what he did in West Africa. So Islam, you can see, spread fast, and Muslims are ruled benignly with so much of mercy and justice. Importantly, Muslim rule enhanced life of the people they ruled. They enhanced the life of the people they rule. They truly civilized them, because theirs is a message of mercy, message of compassion, message of guidance that they are taking to people. That is, they are working so that they protect the people from going to hellfire. Just as the Prophet told us, he gave an example. He said his example to us is like somebody who saw we saw insects, isn't it, in the night when they are falling into the fire, isn't it? So he's just like he is holding to our groins also to pull us back from the hellfire. So this is what the Muslims were doing, saving people from hellfire, not exploiting them, but guiding them to guidance to Allah and His religion. In terms of trade, you can see there are a lot of areas of trade contributed by Muslims. Arabs, even before Islam, engaged in trading, especially along the incense road. There is a incense road that passed through Mecca. Frankincense was popular as one of the commodities that were being traded. Muslims became great traders and merchants. Beside early battles for Egypt and North Africa, that is at the top of African continent, trade and piety, that is of the Sufis, were responsible for bringing Islam to sub-Saharan Africa. So trade was very, very important, and it was part of what helped bringing Islam and that brought Islam to us. Those efforts of Muslims in Europe, in South Asia, China, West Africa, and Africa led to the rise of Islamic civilization worldwide. That is via commercial savviness, mercy, truthfulness in commerce, religious faith, cultural openness, and the love of man. These were some of the values that helped Islamic civilization was being established in the different parts of the world. Muslim merchants bridged between Persia and Byzantium. The Persian Empire and the Byzantium Empire were the two superpowers at that time. So Muslims were the ones who bridged between the two. Wealth increased along the routes of conquered land. That is, there is so much wealth due to the efforts of Muslims in the areas that they conquered, and due to the efforts of trade also, as we know. Wherever Muslims went, they brought money, they brought investment. People developed into consumers on the basis of what Muslims are doing of commercial activities and production. Non-Muslims benefited or profited from Muslim enterprise, as you can see very clearly. Both Muslims and non-Muslims enjoyed a higher standard of living than before. This all what we are saying is before the Renaissance, before the rise of Europe. Hence, people liked Muslim rule. In some areas, it was the non-Muslim that will be inviting Muslims to come and fight and free them from their oppressive rulers, who were maybe of the same religion, isn't it? So they learned of how Muslims were very merciful and tolerant and just in dealing with people. So some Christian communities invited Muslims to come and free them from their own people. Social status of traders, as we know, was very high. It was very high. Merchants belonged to the intellectual elite. They educated their children. Craftsmen were respected due to their contribution in Islamic civilization. Trade was so important in Islam, as we all know. It is allowed even during Hajj. Even laysa alaykum junahun an tabtagu fadlan min rabbikum, isn't it? That is, even during Hajj, there is no harm if you engage in trade. So it became a very, very important, you can say, vehicle for taking Islam to different parts of the world. Hajj months were declared peaceful and sacred to facilitate trade. Muslims crossed the Sahara with Islam, trade, piety, and they brought Islamic civilization here. So, though language separated vast lands of Africa, they were maintained by virtue of Islamic civilization to be just like one people. That commonality, the commonality in them of Islam and Islamic civilization united them, despite the different languages they have, just as we are doing now. Conversion to Islam enhanced trade and the lives of the Africans. They participated in creating Islamic civilization on their own terms. Mediterranean ports, we saw one of them there in Algeria, where they said, while standing there in Algeria, you can even see some part of Italy, isn't it? Because you know what separated this North Africa is the Mediterranean, isn't it? The Mediterranean Sea. So Mediterranean ports were developed for trade with Europe and other African trade routes. Early Muslims also had contacts with China, even a very well-established and ancient Muslim community still exists in China. When I was in Islamabad, I was in Pakistan for 17 years, and I taught in the university for 12 years. I supervised one of the Chinese students in PhD at PhD level, writing on the contributions of Muslim Chinese scholars to the study of, I think, Taoism. Is that clear? One of the religions of China now. So there are well-established Muslim communities there. Even now of recent, there was the case of Uyghur Chinese who were being massacred, who were being persecuted by the Chinese, who were even trying to prevent them from fasting, isn't it? Fasting the month. All this were in the news, I think. So traders settled there through the Silk Road that passes through Pakistan. That is what is the famous Silk Road, through Pakistan, Afghanistan, then on to China. Many converted to Islam due to all these efforts. Muslims improved the different routes of trade and made it safer. That is, the Muslim rulers, they know the issue of high boundary, armed robbery, and so on and so forth, highwaymen. So they improve on the safety of those routes. They use the sea routes also from Persia to China. There was, you can see, a Muslim judge in Canton, which is the former official of Guangzhou region now in China. A Muslim judge was there using the Islamic law. Through trade between Muslims and China, both benefited in shipping and navigation. Muslims used monsoon routes to reach India and to reach China. Muslims facilitated the link between China and the West, as they did for India. Like the example of Al-Biruni, Abu Rayhan, Muhammad bin Ahmad Al-Biruni, who was one of the major links between India and the Muslim world. In fact, they said he was the link. He wrote his two works, two famous books. One is Al-Biruni's India, according to the English translation, Al-Biruni's India. But the Arabic title is Tahqiq Ma lil Hindi تحقيق ما للهند من مقولة مقبولة في العقل أو مرذولة. A very long title. تحقيق ما للهند من مقولة مقبولة في العقل أو مرذولة. That is the title. But when translated by Edward Sakhau into English, he translated into Al-Birun's India. And there is another work with the title The Chronology of Nations. The Chronology of Nations, also written by Al-Biruni. Al-Athar al-Baqiya, the Arabic title is Al-Athar al-Baqiya and al-Khulu, and so on and so forth, in a very successful and objective manner, to the extent that both Western writers and Indians acclaimed him on what he has done in presenting India as it was at his own time. Over 1,000 years ago, he died, and he was the link. So travel became safer from Far East to Mediterranean to Spain, as we mentioned, due to efforts of Muslim rulers. Muslim trade changed feudal pockets to international trading centers. Due to exchange of goods, exchange of ideas, learning spirit helped throughout, help brought the Renaissance. The Renaissance, or the At-Tanwir, which led to the, you can say, the Reformation and the revolution and modernization in modern Europe, all were, you can say, as a result of the efforts of Muslims. Agriculture and technology. Economic and cultural expansion of Islamic civilization also came through agriculture. That is, agriculture, you will see, sometimes you will be surprised to see that even some of the crops that existed only in Asia and Africa, they were by means of Muslim efforts taken to other parts of the world. That is, sometimes you see that there are some things that are essentially found only in one continent, isn't it? But due to the efforts of Muslims in both trade and agriculture, they took it to other countries. They helped expand agricultural products to other parts of the world. They introduced new products also, such as the alfalfa, which was introduced to different parts of the world. The alfalfa is a perennial flowering plant of the pea family. It is used for grazing, for hay, and for silage. This was introduced to the world by the Muslims. Muslims made changes in terms of agriculture that increased output, that strengthened economies, that brought higher yielding crops, and just like we are doing now. They also brought specialized land use acts, that is on the basis of Islamic Sharia. They upgraded the irrigation system that were in existence. The benefits are we had more fruits, more vegetables, more rice grains, sugar, palm, and cotton. They took methods, many of these methods, to Spain, from there to other parts of Europe, which led to economic growth there. They export to the Middle East and then also to parts of Asia. They brought fruits that were essentially in Asia, like citrus, bananas, and mangoes. They brought it to Europe, isn't it, to Spain, and then from Spain to other parts, like hard wheat, sorghum, rice, as a result of which it became a staple food due to the Muslims and their efforts in trade and agriculture. They developed new varieties also. They increased cultivation. They brought coconut and dates to the West, which was not there before, isn't it? Linguists show the possibility that Muslims brought pasta, this spaghetti. They brought us, you know, Italy is famous for spaghetti, isn't it? So it was the Muslim who brought that to Italy. So also linguists, you can see when you look at the word sukkar, and how it is pronounced even in French and other European languages. It is sukkar, which now became sugar, isn't it? To show the origin. Muslims also developed cotton industry. Al-qutun, qutun is an Arabic word, isn't it? The word cotton might have come from Arabic qutun, from late Middle English, from Old French cotton. Cotton, it is just, you can see the origin, isn't it? With some of the finest cotton coming to the world or to Europe from Egypt. All agricultural products might have existed earlier on in Africa and Asia, but Islamic civilization led to their wide use, led to their variety, and led to their distribution to the other parts of the world. Muslim governments facilitated flow of people. They facilitated products through law, Islamic Sharia, through common currency, through weight measures that are there in Muslim civilization, through network of roads, and then through caravan routes for trade. Muslim engineers advanced development of irrigation system, like the advanced technologies in clocks and windmills, in distillation, in glass making, in perfume making, and in carpets. Another example of Muslim giants, Muslim intellectual giants. He died in the year 1111 of the Christian era. He was an intellectual revivalist. Some of the Muslim scholars that tried to representing Islam and Muslim because they went directly against some of the very old. Thirdly, he said they also believe in what they call spiritual resurrection. Spiritual resurrection, not physical resurrection in the next life. They said the next, they almost took the same position. So we have another giant of Muslim intellectualism, Ibn Khaldun, who died in the year 1406, where he ruled us. 9 of the unique, the chemicals and the physics and so on and so forth. So all these are there. Allah's miracles are there everywhere. Dead mother to take home from the creatist. They are only trying to discover, isn't it, the laws that were there already. Sciences, isn't it? Because we are talking of the metaphysics. Science, in many were saying that still they cannot explain. Are we really alone in this universe? That was the question they were asking. The earth is the center of the universe that did not move at all. That is, the earth is static, and all our tables, astronomical, were Greeks. That is before the coming of the Prophet ﷺ. The Prophet came, he gave us very clear teachings, especially on illnesses, on healthy eating habits, on hygiene. That's why in most of our hadith books, we have what we call Tibbun Nabawi, isn't it? Tibbu al-Nabawi. One of the most important statements he made in medicine, sallallahu was the issue of that eating habits. He said, "Nahnu qawmun la na'kulu hatta naju'a, wa idha akalna la nashba." This statement, they said, is the basis of medicine. Whenever you will stick onto that statement, you are almost sure to be free of all diseases. That we are people who do not, as I said in one of the German universities, medicine or hospitals, they had that statement at the gate. We are people who do not eat unless we are hungry, and if we eat, we do not belly full. We don't fill our bellies, isn't it? So if you are to stick to that dictum, you will see how you will have a very enjoyable health. So there is a section in hadith books on prophetic medicine, that is Tibbun Nabawi. Later, caliphs depended on physicians from Jundi Shapur, as we mentioned, most of them being non-Muslim, but later on Muslim physicians developed, like Ibn al-Farabi, Ibn Rushd, and so on and so forth. Hunayn bin Ishaq, who was an historian Christian, had translated Greek works into Arabic, many of the Greek works, including those of medicine. He wrote medical books on his own, about 100 of them, some on the anatomy of the eyes. He was even writing on the anatomy of the eye. During the Abbasid Caliph era, almost all scholars gained medical knowledge as part of their philosophy. You know, philosophy was the mother of all sciences. It was initially, when we say wisdom or philosophy, it was the main science. So different sciences evolved and you can say separated themselves from philosophy on the basis of their own methodologies which they developed. So they were polymath. The Muslims at that time were polymath, that is people who knew a lot of disciplines. Pox and measles. He was the one who identified the difference between measles and smallpox. He wrote 200 books, half of them on medicine. This Ibn Sina, whom they call Avicenna in their Western writings, maybe so that you cannot even recognize whether he was a Muslim or not, isn't it? Avicenna was the most recognized Muslim physician and philosopher of the medieval era. His works showed scholars from Spain traveled to play. Okay, I think we started with, is it book of Al-Ghazali? Yes, I think the book is available. The book of Ar-Raddul Jamil Ilahiyyat Isa Bisarih al-Injil, edited even by 2 scholars. This, in a way, I lectured my students there in both English and Arabic. You see, people from China, from any part, from this Kazakhstan, mastering both the languages, because we needed both the languages, isn't it? You need the language of English being the lingua franca. Muslim scholars, they said, part of the objection using force in forcing people, whether in India or in China, to become Muslims. In my study of the history,
Thank you very much. I think it's the question I asked Prof. The question I asked Prof is so dear to my heart. If we are aiming to reform our thoughts and go back to original, then I think that, like one of the sisters asked, why are we seeing disconnect between the kind of education we give, Islamic education we give our children, and you cannot have traces of these beautiful imams and scholars reflecting from day one. And we should also appreciate the fact that as we grow, we specialize, we take expertise in various disciplines. But one thing that I would want,
earlier sessions.
A general overview and contributions of Muslims to global civilization. Now we are taking history of Islam. First part. Not this one, yes. This one is the last part. Was with the first hijrah of the early Muslims who came to, who was to come to a Christian king of the kingdom of Aksum or Ethiopia, which now is around both in the present day Eritrea and Ethiopia in the 5th year of the mission of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And that's why they used to say Islam came to Africa before it went to Medina al-Munawwara. After Islam and Muslims had become established in Arabia as a universal message, efforts were made to spread it to other parts of the world by believers, and those who believe in the message, not by means of war, not by means of jihad, as we call it. And a third route who brought Islam to Africa's eastern coast, from the Horn of Africa, to the Swahili coast of East Africa, directly from Arabia and from the Persian Gulf. Some of the factors that facilitated the rapid spread of Islam in Africa included its nature, its naturalness. It's a religion of natural appeal, a religion that is easily accepted by anybody who has clear minds. Because the explanation we have been given in the morning, there is nobody who has clear mind that will not accept what we are saying. It is the message of the creator of the world to the whole world, and the final message that has been perfected. There is no problem whatsoever in it, and it is very much in line with the creature upon the nature upon which man has been created. فطرة الله وفطرة الله التي فطر الناس عليها لا تبديل لخلق الله. So it is the very nature upon which man has been created. That natural appeal, people immediately you explain to them, especially those who are crude. You can say crude humans or raw humans, whom nothing has been corrupted. Nothing has corrupted them. So easily when you explain the message, they wholeheartedly accept it. So the nature of Islam, then efforts of merchants, which we have seen the issue of trade, how trade very much facilitated the spread of Islam to the different parts of the world. Traders, scholars also, scholars who have been moving here and there, teaching people. Scholars of both, you can say, Sufi and non-Sufi orders. There are Sufi missionaries also who are moving into different parts of the world, calling people to the Sufi orders and at the same time guiding them to accept Islam. And so also by means of roles of rulers or kings. There are many of the African kings who, when they accepted Islam, they, in a way, not by imposition, usually, you know, when you are a ruler and people, by their own nature, when they saw you doing something, they would like to copy you, isn't it? As kings, when they accepted Islam, they were inviting their own people, their subjects, and they joined in large numbers. And to some extent, jihadic revivals. That is the jihads, the many jihad movements that we had in Africa, in West African sub-region especially. You can see the movement of Islam. Muslim merchant, for example, from Arabia, it moves down to North Africa. And then you can see another one of Arabization of the Neolithic Sudan, 11th to 18th century. We have the Muslim merchant that from the North Africa moving down from between the 7th and 8th century. Then we see Islam being adopted by sub-Saharan empires. Az-Zuhri reported that they, the people of Ghana, were converted to Islam during the times of the Lamtuna, that is the Al-Murabitu Quran among them. The most important factor that aided the introduction and spread of Islam to Africa, as we said, was long-distance trade. It was the commercial relations between the peoples of North Africa and those of Western Sudan that initiated Islamic penetration. Arab and Berber merchants from North Africa who have earlier been converted to Islam brought it along with them, and through regular interaction with the Africans, it gained some footing in the major centers of trade. Muslim communities grew near the trading centers, as was noticed, as was seen. The coming of Islam via trade, again, further explained. West African traders who converted to Islam in their turn carried the new religion with them in their commercial. That is the issue of commerce. When we say commerce, that is people during commercial transaction, especially when you move from one country to another, you stay there for some time. It is not ordinary commercial transaction, isn't it? Mu'amalat will follow. Maybe he will, and so on. So it was a good opportunity. These kings, the West African king that converted to Islam also played vital roles in the advancement of the fortunes of the religion. They included kings of Takrur, kings of Mali, Mansa Musa, Mansa Suleiman, that is being kings of Mali, Muhammad Rumfa of Kano, Askia Muhammad Ture of Songhai, Idris Aluma of Borno, Sarki Muhammad Koro of Katsina, that is 1320 to 1353. You see as early as that. Then Muhammad Rabo of Zazzau. They patronized Muslims and encouraged Islamization. These were all before the coming of Sheikh Hussein bin Fodi and the jihad of the Sokoto Caliphate. The king of Gao, it was said, was the first king to become Muslim in 1009. You see, at the beginning of the 11th century. The first king of Mali, Gao is in Mali now, isn't it? We traveled all the way from Cotonou. From Cotonou, we boarded a bus to Mali, to Bamako, and then to Timbuktu. We visited Timbuktu 3 days and 3 nights. We were traveling. That is to Mali, to Timbuktu, that famous center, which we will come to mention, inshallah, later on. So Gao is one of the very important junctions. It's one city in the trade routes of trans-Saharan trade. So the first king of Mali to become a Muslim was Barman Ghana, who was reigning by the middle of the 11th century. This is the first one, beginning of the 11th. This one, middle of the 11th century. So also King Zakosai was said to be the first Muslim king in in writing the records of these kingdoms and what happened, who ruled when, and what happened at what time, isn't it? And that was why, for you to be a very good historian of West Africa, especially, you need to know Arabic. You need to know Arabic, because most of the writings that were written on this kingdom, even the non-Muslim kingdom of the West African sub-region, were written by Arabs, by Muslims using Arabic language as the medium, or at least using it in writing the vernacular, Arabic skill for writing the local languages. For example, the Spanish Muslim geographer, whom I mentioned, Al-Bakri, that is in 1024, 1094, that's when he lived. He wrote about this Ghana empire, as I said, in 1067 on the history of the Maghreb and West Africa. He left in a description of the capital city of Ghana and some information on people's politics, religion, and the economy of the empire and other parts of the region. All these were meticulously recorded by him, isn't it? In which language? In Arabic. So for you to understand exactly what happened, then you need to go and have the language. So the Europeans, when they came, sometimes they were saying that we don't have written history and so on and so forth. Why? Because they know that those who were instrumental in writing and recording the history were the Arabs, were those people who were Muslims and who knew Arabic and who wrote in Arabic. Another aspect of this intellectual manifestation is that the 14th century Muslim writer Al-Umari left in a brilliant work, Masalik al-Absar fil Mamalik wal-Amsar, on the history and organization of Mali Empire. Muslim impact is the facilitation of the effective administration of West African empires and kingdoms and societies, these Muslim scholars. In the case of Ghana Empire, Al-Bakri did observe that the key interpreters, the officials in charge of his treasury, and the majority of his ministers were Muslims. You can imagine, isn't it? As far back at that time, the kings of Ghana. This continued. Similarly, in Mali Empire, the official clerk had a recognized official status at the court. In addition, the mosque and the preacher's house were the sanctuaries for people fleeing from the king's justice or his wrath. That is, they provided, you can say, refuge for those who have wronged the king, isn't it? So they stay around the mosque and the preacher's house. With the jihads and the setting up of this tradition spread to other parts. You see, their curriculum and the books that we study mostly around our states, the revivalist movement to revive people back to the original Islam. This is what brought about the many jihads that took place in Africa, especially that of Sheikh Usman bin Fodi in Hausaland to revive the deen of Allah. This is again to tell us the level of enlightenment in West Africa. With its continuous revival, Islam brought to West Africa and Africa new ideas, new laws, new policies, especially as those relating to education, administration, law, social organization, business ties, and other aspects of daily life. According to the UNESCO General History of Africa, see what they are saying. They said Islam is not only a religion, it is a comprehensive way of life. One centralized and unified, the issue of ethnicity was clearly downplayed. Educational. So in Sokoto Caliphate, the works of triumvirate, as they were known, the Shehu, Sheikh Abdullah and Muhammad Bello, and the later scholars is a case in point. They wrote so many treatises, especially Sheikh Abdullah bin Fodio. They said there was no field of learning, whether it is in Arabic sciences, it's an educational program where women gather from time to time to receive lectures. on a number of soldiers for proper understanding of the religion, so that they will return back home and will teach their own young ones. And this is something, because many a times we tend to neglect the women folk in what Muslim, to allow Muslim to fight. What did he say? For the whole of 13 years, Muslims were being attacked, persecuted, and killed. Allah was saying, "Isbir, wasbir li hukm rabbik," isn't it? You continue persevering, you take heart, and just this Salam was the jihad of Sheikh Usman bin Fodi as just one model, Allah, and then lesson that we can learn from the Sokoto. His birth, family, and ilm of Sheikh Usman bin Fodi. He was born in Maratta, in Niger Republic in 1754 of the Christian era. His father was Muhammad Fodio. Fodio is a Fulani, full word that means faqih. That is, it clearly shows that he was raised in a scholarly family. And for your own sake and for those who, he was, it was the time, that's where he was explaining how the activities of the Jama'ah under the guidance of Sheikh Usman bin Fodi in his palace, according to some narration, they are saying that he dug a well, and then over it he put a mat, and then he invited the Sheikh to come and sit there. But by a sort of miracle, Sheikh did not sit there, isn't it? And so Allah saved him from that, and so he now started, it is usually to the ulama, they said what was to be given to Sheikh was more than that. Sometimes they said maybe 4 or 5 times that of what they gave to each and every scholar. Maybe they'll say, "Oh, you are Babban Malami, isn't it? You are now you are the greatest, so we are giving you this much, isn't it?" But kindly was kindly rejected by the Sheikh, who demanded instead for some concessions. These are the 5 concessions he sought for in king. He said he should be allowed to preach to the people in the land of Gobir, everywhere in the whole land of Gobir without hindrance. Number 2, none should be stopped from responding to his call. Number 3, any man wearing the turban or any woman wearing a veil should be treated with respect. Number 4, all political prisoners should be freed. Then number 5, the peasantry, the common people, should not be burdened with taxes. So you can see very, very strategic demands, isn't it? Very strategic. The impact of those demands on the da'wah and on the movement were socially and politically significant. He was, if he is number 1, he said he should be allowed to preach. So that now, and that is what we are saying, the naturalness, the natural appeal of the message. If he will be allowed, he will be given free hand to go and preach, he and his followers. Most of the people will now follow the religion, isn't it? And they will be his followers. So that he demanded. And then he said, no one should be stopped from responding to the call. And as we will see this, one of the kings who came after Bawa was trying to go against, to take away those concessions, this concession that were given to Sheikh Usman bin Fodi. He said, none should be stopped from responding to his call. One of them was saying, no, as long as you are not a Muslim, you should not be a Muslim. Or people should go back to their old religions. He said, any man wearing the turban, this shows clearly that the Jama'ah of the Sheikh were distinguishing themselves in wearing the turban, and the women were covering themselves, which means the locals were not, isn't it? They were using hijab and they were covering themselves according to Islamic teachings. So he says people that will dress themselves in that manner as the Jama'ah should be respected, and that all political prisoners should be freed. If political prisoners were freed, they will easily have solidarity with the Sheikh, isn't it? And so also their followers. Yes, and so also the common people. If by that he is championing the cause of the common people, saying that they should not be overburdened with taxes. For the popularity of the Sheikh and the organization of the movement, you can say further popularity of the Sheikh, isn't it? The Sheikh as a visionary and a strategist, continued leading and organizing his students in line with the guidance of the Kitab and Sunnah. So it means he has already set something in mind. He saw it coming, isn't it? He was writing on any issue when its need arises. So whenever there is any need for anything, he will write just to guide the ummah, to guide the jama'ah that was growing. He was concerned with training of those closest to him among his students for the task he was envisaging for them. His love of the Prophet ﷺ and his seerah caused him to make the Prophet ﷺ his model, and that helped him in taking guidance from that as the developments were unfolding. That is, the seerah guided him, and you see clearly, as I said, the steps that he followed in the Reformation were just very similar to that of the seerah of the Prophet. His jihad movement has been described as that which was likened to that of the Prophet in its stages, isn't it? We are not likening him to the Prophet, let us be very clear, isn't it? We said only the stages, the confrontation and the jihad. With the organization of the Jama'ah, they became like a state within a state. A state within a state. Yes, because the Sheikh who has a large following, and these people are taking direct instructions on the basis of Kitab and Sunnah, isn't it? On the basis of Kitab and Sunnah. So it was very clear that they will not be doing things the other part of society are doing, isn't it? So it means like it is just like a state now that is being created in another state now. Envisaging and observing what was happening, the Sheikh around 1794-95, and at the time of the death of Yaqubu, who was his student. Yaqubu, they said he ruled only for 1 year, and he was very soft to the Sheikh because he taught him. I told you that he was teaching the children of Sarkin Gobir Bawa, isn't it? So after the death, after seeing the next king, Nafata, who I think was a bit confrontational, the Sheikh advised his followers to start carrying arms. That as a Muslim, you are not supposed to move around without an arm for your own protection, isn't it? In line with the Sunnah, it is there in the Sunnah, isn't it? Yes. Nafata, as king or Sarki, did what he could to contain the situation of the Sheikh, who are now yearning for an Islamic order. The followers of the Jama'ah, who are now yearning for, he wanted to contain them, isn't it? He ordered, you see clearly, he ordered that only Sheikh is allowed to preach. So those concessions that were given by Bao Jangorzo, he wanted to take them away. He said those not born Muslims should go back to their former religion. If you are not born a Muslim in a Muslim family, you should go back to that Maguzanchi, the worship of devil and Al-Jannu and everything. Yes. Then no man should use turban, and no woman should veil herself. They should join the culture of nudity that we have today, isn't it? Opening their body everywhere. Yes. So at that time he was saying that, isn't it? It was with the Sarkin Gobir Nafata's son, Yumfa, that the conflict erupted. That is, Yumfa did what he could, Nafata, but his son Yumfa was the one who saw it all, who had head-on collusion, you can say, with the Jama'ah. He ordered Abdul Salam, one of the disciples of the Sheikh, to return to his place in Gobir, in the Gobir kingdom, after he left the place. That's just like before the Hijrah. The Sheikh did Hijrah also. So this man left where he was in Gobir kingdom to another safe place. So this man, he ordered that Abdul Salam must come back. He must come back to be under his rule. So he refused. And so he sent an army to punish them. He went there, they desecrated the Quran and books and so on. And they even took some people as hostages. They captured them as slaves. He ordered Abdul Salam, a disciple of Sheikh, to return to his place in Gobir. When he refused, he was attacked by Yumfa forces at Gimbana there in Sokoto area. The forces on return passed through the areas of Jama'ah with threats. They were threatening the people of the Jama'ah of the Sheikh that just as we have done to these people, we are going next to you at the time. You are next, isn't it? Next, what we have done to Abdul Salam, we are going to do to you also. And that infuriated them, and they fought them. They fought those forces, that is the Jama'ah of the Sheikh, and freed those who were captured by the forces. In 1802, the Sheikh wrote his famous book, Al-Masail al-Muhimma. Al-Masail al-Muhimma, stressing, you can see clearly now he has a very clear vision. All what he has been stressing in that book are clearly talking of a new order, a new dispensation. He was stressing in that book that Sharia is the foundation of Islam. So we have to have Sharia implementation in our societies as Muslims. He said a Muslim must follow an Amir, otherwise, إِذَا لَمْ يَكُنْ لَهُ بَيْعَةٌ, isn't it, as كما جاء في الحديث, that is, you have to have bay'ah, otherwise you are done maitatan jahiliyyah, isn't it, as we know in the hadith. So you have to have an Amir, you have to give bay'ah to an Amir. Then hijrah from land of kufr to land of Islam is obligatory. It is obligatory also. And that those who support unbelievers are the same as them. They are the same as them, isn't it? And then he was also saying that jihad against kuffar and murtadun is obligatory. You know, there are people who were also making a lot of attacks, for example, on the Sheikh, saying that why should he fight these Hausa kingdoms? After all, they were Muslims, isn't it? They are Muslims. But what happened at the time of Khalifatu Rasulullah, Abu Bakr? Abu Bakr as-Siddiq, isn't it? He fought the Murtadun, those who immediately after the death of the one thing only, they said, we have agreed with all other things regarding Islam, but since the Prophet has died, we are not going to give zakah. On the basis of that, he fought them. Despite even that is reiterations from Umar, Sayyidina Umar and others, that why should you fight them? They are Muslims. He was so stunned. Sayyidina Abu Bakr said, no. Even if it is a rope that they were tying a camel, they were given to the Prophet and they will not give it to me, I'm going to fight them. And he fought Murtadun, isn't it? This is what we call Huruburidda, isn't it? Wars of apostasy. We all know it in Islamic history. The hijrah, the jihad, and the victory. Here I lumped everything in one slide. Yes. The Sheikh wrote his book. After that one, he wrote Bayan Wujub al-Hijrah al-Ibad, stressing the importance of hijrah in Islam and its impact and import. That is saying that whenever you are in any society where you are not allowed to practice Islam as it should be, to implement Sharia, if you want to implement it in total, then you have to do hijrah and move to another place. And so he embarked on his famous hijrah on the 21st of February, 1804, to Gudu. Gudu is another town in the area of Sokoto State, again, still. The forces of Yumpa planned attack on Gudu because at the hijrah, the Sheikh was moving together with his followers, and they were seeing that now almost everybody is leaving them. So if all the people are following the Sheikh, whom are they going to rule? They're not going to rule anybody, isn't it? So they did all they could to stop them. They were massacring and obstructing the way of their hijrah to the Sheikh in Gudu. Camels were loading books and other things out of the Gobir kingdom, because that Gudu is it is the outskirts and outside the rule of the Gobir. So they planned their attack on Gudu. So that is, after Shehu has left them, he has left their kingdom, they are still not settled. They want to go where he has gone to destroy him and his people. So that was what they did, and that was what led to the bay'ah of the Amir al-Mu'minin, that is in 1804. When they learned of the coming of the forces, that they are coming, they said, okay, so now we have no other option. These people, they have done what they could. We have left their land, but they are still coming to destroy us. Now, it is now Uzina lilladhina yuqataluna, isn't it? Uzina. So, Sheikh Abdullah bin Fodio was the one who said, oh Modibbo, oh you scholar, you taught us everything. And now, since we are in this situation, there must be a bay'ah. We cannot confront these people in jihad unless we have an amir. So we are now appointing you as Amir al-Mu'minin. They gave him bay'ah, and that is the beginning of the jihad in 1804. The Tafkin Koto was the first battle that was fought, and the forces of Yunfa were defeated miserably. That is, some people are likening it to just like the battle of Badr. Now, Birnin Kebi, which was the new capital of Kebi, fell in the subsequent year, 1805. In 1807, you can see Katsina, Daura, and Kano, with all the names they have as city-states, they all fell within 1 year. Al-Qalawa, which was the capital of the Gobir, which was the most powerful kingdom of that time, fell in 1808. So you can see within just 4 years, 1804 to 1808. Then smaller places also followed suit. Then Sheikh from Gwandu, where he was residing before he moved to Sifawa, a small town just before Sokoto, where he stayed there till in 18. For all that time, he was writing and guiding the new order. You can see from 1808, you can see even 1810 up to 1815. There, so almost for 7 years he was there. And then in 1815, he moved from Sipawa to Sokoto, which was, I said, a garrison town established in 1809. And he died in Sokoto in 1817 at the age of 63. In his famous book, that is Ihya Sunnah wa Ikhmadul Bid'ah, Kitab Ihya Sunnah wa Ikhmadul Bid'ah, which is his masterpiece. It has 63 chapters in line with the years spent by the Prophet. He has so much love for the Prophet, and he also died at the same age of 63, like the Prophet. Then the new order was established. With the fall of Al-Qalawa, the Gobir capital, the Shehu and his lieutenants went ahead establishing the Islamic rule. The caliphate established was the largest then after the Ottomans. It was said that it was the largest caliphate after that of the Ottomans in terms of land space, because it was reported in one of the records that even as far back as far away as Mali in Timbuktu, they were sending their zakah to the Amir al-Mu'minin in Sokoto. That is from Mali. You can see on the whole of those areas. The profound nature of the reforms was such that there was peace and security in the whole of the caliphate, as said by one Orientalist. This is a statement that was accredited, I think, to Clapperton when he visited Sokoto around the time of the rule of Sultan Muhammad Bello, who even engaged him in comparative religion, isn't it, in the past, Sultan Muhammad Bello. So he wrote, and he was saying that because of what he saw of peace and security in the whole of the caliphate, he said a woman can carry a basket of gold from Sokoto to Yola in Adamawa, which is in the far northeast, without having any fear of any molestation from anybody. That is the nature of the peace and order that has been established of peace, in terms of peace and security, was such that a woman can have such liberty without fear of any harassment or anything on her. The Sheikh who resigned after the fall of this major city-states into writing and guiding, while the administration of the caliphate came under the control of Muhammad Bello in the eastern part and Sheikh Abdullah in the west. Flags were given to illustrious students of the Shehu for jihad campaigns and administration in their areas. The Islamic rule lasted for a whole century. From 1804 when they started it, the jihad, and even before that, up to 1903 when the British conquered Sokoto in 1903 when they took over the rule of the land. Islam and Muslims after colonization. This is just part of, is that, we have 5 minutes, I think. Okay. So major impact of colonization on Muslims and Islam include. That is, we have now seen the Islamic rule and the way to it up to the time of what has been achieved, and that continued for almost for a century. We have problems here and there, isn't it? Because as we mentioned earlier, the generation that fought for any order, they will be very strong, isn't it, in maintaining it and preserving it. Then the next generation will be a bit not all that strong, isn't it? And then the third generation may slack, something of that nature. So, but up to the time of the coming of the colonialist, the order was still Islamic because the Sharia was the main law. But when the major impact of colonization on Muslims and Islam include, it limited the far view of the Islamic law. That is the first thing they said before giving what they call independence to the countries, especially like Nigeria, which was in 1960. One of the first conditions was that Sharia should be stopped. The criminal aspect of Sharia should not be implemented. That is, it limited the fair view of the Islamic law, allowing autonomy only to the personal law, Muslim personal law, al-ahwal al-shakhsiyah. It disrupted the social structures that were built on Islamic values. Even the Islamic system of education, the al-Majri, the problem that we're having of al-Majri is because the structure has been disrupted, isn't it, with the coming of the colonialists. They seriously neglected that system of education, of learning the Quran and Islamic sciences for the children and others, and they propagated and supported that of those learning Western education, isn't it? They propagated and supported Western education at the detriment of Islamic education and labeled those with Islamic education as illiterates, thus recruiting only Western educated people into the civil service. You know, this is what they did everywhere. They substituted Islamic worldview with a materialism, crass materialism that they have. Conclusion as regards these presentations before coming to what I call the way out. That is in the last set of slides in Islamic intellectual heritage. We can see from the morning that Islam and its emancipating message came to Africa before going to Medina, as we have noticed. Africa is seen as the continent of Islam, with a long history of Islamic scholarship, Islamic institutions, and systems of reforms. West Africa has witnessed many Reformation movements and established Islamic norms and values. Colonialism came and interfered with the Islamic march for total liberation of the Africans. Islam has changed many communities into very strong Muslim societies who contributed to the Islamic culture and civilization. Muslims in Africa, south of the Sahara, have remained close to the teachings of Islam, especially areas that witness Islamic jihadic and reformative movements. One of the greatest of such movements was led by Sheikh Usman bin Fodio in the 19th century. The legacy left by them continued to preserve Islam and Muslim identities in the face of the ever-challenging forces of our days. Yes, this is it. So now we can have some break before we go to the last set of slides.
At-Takbir.
Just 11.
Jazakallah khair, Professor. We are supposed to stop at 4:06. It's now 4:03. You've given us 3 minutes free. Jazakallah khair. Please, we will pause now for a 50 minutes break. It's Asr. Some of our colleagues have not prayed Asr. So we pray Asr. We are supposed to come back at, so the next session is supposed to start at 4:20, inshallah. So we have 11 slides left, just 11. So if we're able to come, start, yes, we just do, so we will take those 4 slides, 11 slides, sorry. Then we have 15 minutes discussion. Then we end today's session. Professor wants to go to town, so that's why I'm trying to squeeze and get some time for him. So we stop here, inshallah. So we can go now and observe our Asr prayers. If you've prayed already, you can take a walk, you know. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
So do you continue? Okay. Okay, it's all right. We're on time, inshallah. We'll try to finish. After having seen what we have seen from the beginning of issue of definition of Islam, our own understanding of it, and Islamic civilization and what it has brought to humanity, and our lost glory, and then from the general Ummah back to down to Africa, and then to West Africa, and then to a jihad movement of Sheikh Hassan bin Fodi. Now we want to see, I said from the beginning, the issue of knowledge and intellectualism and enlightenment is the key to almost all what we are doing. International Institute of Islamic Thought, IIIT, is trying to revive this idea of intellectualism. That is the way we understand, and just as we had discussion yesterday, isn't it, with Dr. Muhammad. So it is important that we see our intellectual heritage and modern civilization. This will be discussed under the following headings: meaning of Islamic education, not just Islamic studies. Yes, because the training that we are talking of, which is supposed to change our lives and to change our societies, we can say it is something similar to what the Prophet ﷺ did. The Prophet ﷺ, when he received revelation, immediately he went on training people, isn't it? Envisaging the movement, the success of Islam in later times. And just similar to what Sheikh Hassan bin Fodi did. So it is not just knowledge for knowledge's sake, just for us to fill our heads with information. No, let ilm that we are talking of be a special kind of understanding and a special thing that will be put into application. As they are saying, mal ilmu illa al-amalu bihi. Knowledge is nothing other than it is implementation. That is, we learn whatever we learn. This is what makes a conscious Islamic studies student different from an ordinary Islamic studies student, isn't it? A conscious Islamic studies teacher or student wants to imbibe all what he is learning of Islam into his own life, because he knows that whatever he knew of the religion is going to be hujjah on him or against him, isn't it? So, the meaning of Islamic education that we envisage, which we want the Ummah now to understand and implement, the aim and objectives of Islamic education, the foundations of Islamic education, education and Quranic moral teachings, and then the ulama and their role of transmission of Islamic moral values and Islamic guidance, then factors of learning in Islam, and finally, modern civilization and the role of Islamic education. Under the meaning of Islamic education, it is what we call tarbiyah, because when we say Ministry of Education, in Arabic they call it Wazaratul Tarbiyah, isn't it? Laysat Wazaratul Ilm, isn't it? Wazaratul Tarbiyah. So education, is different from learning. Yes. So when we talk of Islamic education, he said the meaning of Islamic education is a process. It is a process that leads to the achievement of a balanced growth of the total personality, a balanced growth of the total personality of a Muslim through the training of his spirit, his ruh, his intellect, his rational self, his feelings, and his bodily senses. All are being trained based on the instruction from divine revelation. So you can see, and we can see clearly it is not what we are doing in our ordinary higher institution on Islam, isn't it? So it is, this is what is being envisaged. It is defined also as a process of self-discipline, which ensures spiritual and intellectual growth of the individual. That is, a Muslim undergoing this kind of training is supposed to see himself as part of the process of self-discipline, which will cater for both his spiritual self and his intellectual growth as an individual. It is also seen as a process by which individuals are perceived to assume their respective responsibilities within a social setting. That is, each and every one of us has a role. As a Muslim, you have a role, and you have talents, you have gifts that Allah has given you. You have a role in the society. So you are supposed to be trained so that you'll be able to play that role effectively and efficiently. Thus, it is a tool of social reconstruction. We are talking of, you can see, after all what we have seen, this is the way for us to regain our lost glory. It is a tool for social reconstruction and development along the principles of Islamic civilization. The individual training is the means to that. That is, this is for the total reconstruction, social reconstruction and development, which can be achieved from the individual, isn't it? We start with the individual, you train this one, you train that one, you train that one, then later on you have people that have been trained forming a society, and then with that you can see how the society can be reformed. Aim and objectives of Islamic education. Islamic education is deeper and richer, both in its contents and objectives from other systems of education. This is necessary so as to attain the goals of Islamic civilization. Hence, it aimed at infusing in a Muslim a spirit of belief, a spirit of iman that influences his personality and that creates emotional attachment to Allah. Emotional attachment to Allah and His guidance, and the feeling of solidarity with the Ummah. A feeling of solidarity with the Ummah, it goes beyond mere information. It goes beyond mere information. It prepares you so that the iman that is there in you will create a serious emotional attachment to Allah and His guidance, Allah and His message. That is, you are always conscious of Allah, and you are conscious of following the guidance, the dictates of the guidance. And also the feeling of solidarity, doing everything for the ummah, not for your own self, not being selfish. Islamic education also aims at guiding man into realizing his worth, realizing your value as a human being, the izzah of Islam. Realizing your worth, your value, your purpose and meaning of life, the purpose of your life, just as we have been saying from the beginning. You know the purpose of your creation? It is only through proper Islamic education that you understand what is the purpose of your life, what is the meaning of your life. So it aims at that. It aims at explaining to you your value, your worth, the purpose and meaning of your life, and also your destiny. Also the talents, the powers, the abilities that Allah has given you. It is part of the training. It also aimed at training man to enable him follow the Quran and the Sunnah and to be governed by the Islamic system of values willingly and joyfully, as stated in Surah Al-Zariyat, where Allah is saying, وَمَا خَلَقَتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. ما أريد منهم من رزق وما أريد أن يطعمون. What are the foundations of Islamic education? The foundation of Islamic education, as we know, the glorious Quran, the Sunnah, and the Seerah of the Prophet ﷺ, the Sahaba being the companions, the people who lived, who saw and lived by it as a unique generation, a generation so unique. And then the Tabi'un and Tabi'ut Tabi'in or Atba'ut Tabi'in, that is the Imams of the schools of law and other selfless scholars of the Ummah. All these are, that is, in one of the books, one scholar was saying, for you to be a truly representing Islam as the earlier Muslims, there are some essential sciences of Islam that you need to have. Just like we can see here, the most essential is the message, the main message, that is the Quran. Not only to be able to read it, but to be able to know the meaning, the content, even to be tadabbur, to do tadabbur, contemplation over its meaning. And that's why, as we mentioned, this daily recitation of the Quran, and that is the list, isn't it? But the Islamic training, when we read the history of most of our Muslim scholars, we learn that the first thing they do is to memorize the Quran. To memorize the Quran as an early age, as a tender age. When you do that, there are some people who have even come out with a kind of a system. They wanted somebody I know in Nigeria, and even in some of the, in Pakistan, I know they have this, their madaris, isn't it? Most of them where they have millions of huffaz, okay? They put it in such a way that the child will be made first to memorize the Quran. Then he will go into primary school. He will excel in every field. Anybody who has that opportunity of memorizing the Quran as the first thing, then you will see how he will excel, how he will be a miracle in every field that you will put him after that. So at least the Quran is the basic. We need to have it. We need to know its meaning. We need to even reflect over its meaning, contemplation, tadabbur, tafakkur. Then the Sahaba, the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ and the Seerah. That is, you study the Seerah. We have what they call fiqh Seerah. That is, you understand the Seerah, how Allah planned the life of the Prophet with the various stages. The Prophet, as we mentioned, for 13 years, he was moving in the Kaaba all around idols, isn't it? There is nothing he could do about it because Allah did not tell him to do anything about it, isn't it? Yes, he tolerated it for all that period, according to Allah's plan, isn't it? But when later on they went to Medina, and at the time when they came, they took over Mecca, at the conquest of Mecca, then all of them were destroyed, isn't it? So according to plan, Allah has planned it that way. The companions, they were also a unique generation in the sense that they came with the message that they were the recipients, or you can say they were the direct trainees of the Prophet ﷺ. Allah chose them as He chose him. Allah chose them to be the pillars by means of which Allah will establish this religion in every part of the world. So their life is also very, very important, and that's why Hayatul Sahaba. We need to know something about it, isn't it? Because the more you read of the earlier pious people, the more that is supposed to inspire you. Then the Imams, you see some people who are dedicated to the religion and to its education. The Imams of the schools of law and many other selfless scholars of the Ummah. You need to know something about them. Then the knowledge and wisdom of other civilizations, as we have been saying, is also important. A Muslim is not supposed to be just so narrow-minded, isn't it? He is not narrow-minded. We say he is open. he has to have very clear and knowledge of historical facts and what is happening in his time. You must know your time. Then other sources of knowledge as we have in epistemology, and that is in philosophy, you also need to take care of them. All these are considered as foundations for Islamic education. Education and Islamic moral, Quranic moral teachings. Educational principles in the Quran are important link between man's past and his future. When you look at the educational principles in the Quran, you will see that there is a linkage that was created between your past and then your future. What am I referring to here? I quoted this Surah Al-Kahf, verse 60. Surah Al-Kahf, in it we know there is a qissa that Allah mentioned to us as regards search for knowledge. What is that qissa? What is the qissa? Qissa of Musa alayhi salam and Khidr, isn't it? Yes. So in that qissa, Allah mentioned to us, as they are saying in the narration in the Mufassirun, that at one time Musa alayhi salam thought, he thought that he is the most learned, isn't it, of the society. Why? Because revelation was coming to him, isn't it? So, but then Allah wanted to show him that yes, there is nobody, there is another person who is more learned than you, who has some knowledge which you don't have, isn't it? And so he said, let him go to a particular place, he will meet somebody, isn't it? And then they will move together. And you know what happened in the qissa when he said, I wanted to follow you so that I will learn from what Allah has taught you. He said, I think you will not be patient enough, isn't it, to follow me. And if you say no, if you insist you have to follow me, then you should not ask me any question on whatever you saw me doing. Whatever I should do, you should not ask me. He said, okay, I agree, let us go. They started, you know what happened when they went to the ship, and then he started hitting it. He said, what are you doing? Are you trying to destroy people's ship after all their boat? After all, they gave you a lift free of charge, isn't it? You are not supposed to have done that. He said, but didn't I tell you that you should not ask me? He said, okay, I forgot, please forgive me. Let us continue. Then they continued. He met a child. He immediately killed him, isn't it? He said, how can you kill an innocent child? For what reason? He said, okay, since you cannot persevere, you cannot be patient enough, if you are to ask me any question after this, that is a separation between me and you. And that's what happened, isn't it? They went to Ahlul Qarya, Istat'amu Ahlaha. That is, they were guests to a community. And those community were, you can say, so much inhospitable that even as guests, they are not ready to give them anything. You are a stranger, you come to a town, nobody has the mercy, has the soft heart to give you anything. And then in that particular society, they saw a town, they saw a wall that was about to fall, isn't it? And then Musa alayhi salam saw Khidr trying to mend that particular wall. He said, why are you doing this? Why should we help a people that are so inhospitable? Why should you do that? He said, okay, this is our separation. But before we separate, I will give you the interpretation of what happened, isn't it? So Mahal Shahid is, he said, وَأَمَّا الْجِدَارُ فَكَانَ لِغُلَامَيْنِ يَتِيمَيْنِ فِي الْمَدِينَةِ وَكَانَ تَحْتَهُ كَنْزٌ لَهُمَا وَكَانَ أَبُوهُمَا صَالِحًا فأراد ربك أن يبلغا أشدهما ويستخرجا كنزهما رحمة من ربك وما فعلته عن أمري ذلك تأويل ما لم تستطع عليه صبرا. So Khidr was telling him that as for the wall, it is for some 2 orphans. And under it there is a treasure, their own treasure which they inherited. And which means if they were not to have help in mending the wall or putting it right, then these inhospitable people can easily devour. They can easily take that wealth and just eat it up before these orphans have grown up, isn't it? So he said, وَكَانَ أَبُوهُمَا صَالِحًا. That is the reason why Allah ordered Khidr and Musa to men. The reason why Allah planned that Khidr and Musa will come and mend that wall was because the father of those children was a pious person. وَكَانَ أَبُوهُمَا صَالِحًا. Just because he was salih, Allah is protecting his children after him by sending an honorable messenger together with another honorable servant of his, isn't it? Just to show to you that, yes, this issue of the وَكَانَ أَبُوهُمَا صَالِحًا, Imam Ibn Kathir in his tafsir, he said, according to some narration, they were saying that this وَكَانَ أَبُوهُمَا صَالِحًا was not the immediate father. He was the 7th father. 7th great-great-grandfather. Just because that great-grandfather was pious, that was why Allah protected the children of great-great-grandchildren. Okay? And Allah has his own way of doing things, isn't it? Like this one that he is explaining to us. So, it is part of the knowledge. It is part of our Quranic principle that Allah told us in education. Musa alayhi salam, with all his position, with the revelation he received from Allah, but he saw some kind of knowledge that Allah, ilmun ladunni, min ladunni, isn't it? وَعَلَّمْنَاهُ مِن لَدُنَّا عِلْمًا. They are calling it ilmun ladunni, isn't it? So this is just to show that your past is related to your future. As a Muslim, whatever you do in life, you must know that it will have repercussions and consequences even after your life. So it is very, very important to be very much careful of whatever you do, because just as they say in history, we study the past in order to know what we should do in the present and plan for the future, isn't it? So in the same manner, Islamic training is guiding us to be very much mindful of our lives. It is a means of evaluation and transmission of values to the young ones. Islamic education or the Quranic moral teachings emphasize that we should pass our values, the values of Islamic education to our young ones, the values of Iman, justice, sidq, service to Allah and service to humanity. That is respecting the huququllah and huquq al-ibad. Let us take Iman. Iman in the life of a believer. What value of, what do you mean by a value of Islam that we should inculcate in our children? It is that Iman is an inner strength that is so strong in the minds of Muslims that nothing surpasses it. It involves good habits and values in human lives. It connects mortal creatures to Almighty Allah. It prepares souls, creates vision, and changes the human into a new mold. That is a believer. When you read the Qissa Hayatul Sahaba, for example, the Islam of many of the Sahaba, how they became Muslims, how they were totally changed, isn't it? You can see all this, isn't it? How Islam changed them, like Sayyidina Umar and many of the earlier Sahaba. You see how they were totally changed on the basis of accepting Islam. When Iman went into their hearts, it prepares their souls, it creates vision for them. A Muslim is visionary. It changes the human in them into a new form. It gives focus towards the best in this life and in the life to come. That's a Muslim, as is being expressed by Sheikh Abdullah ibn Fodi, and it's something what we know, that a Muslim is always doing something that is beneficial to him. There is no time, leisure time for a Muslim when he will be doing nothing. At each and every moment of your life, you should be doing something either for the next world or for this world. Either for your living or for the life to come. And that's why at least if you are tired and you cannot do any physical work, you can still do your dhikr, isn't it? Dhikrullah, yes. So it is this strength of Iman that makes Muslim the best nation produced for humankind, working for the good of all. As Allah said, كنتم خير أمة أخرجت للناس تأمرون بالمعروف وتنهون عن المنكر وتؤمنون بالله. So that strength, that love for humanity, that attachment to Allah, that love for the creatures made them people that have been created for the good of humankind, as Allah said. Ulama and the role of transmission of Islamic morals. Now, after undergoing this kind of training, you are already ulama before now, isn't it? Already you are ulama, isn't it? Yes. So what is supposed to be your role after having, especially at the end of the school? The role of scholars is to take up the noblest profession of the best humans. The best humans are the prophets and the messengers of Allah, and that is da'wah and islah. Da'wah and reformation of the ummah. A reformation of the individuals, of the groups, and the collective ummah. Okay? That is, you should put yourself, and this is what IIIT is doing, that you try to reform yourself, as we have seen with Sheikh Usman bin Fodi. You reform the immediate people around you, and then you reform the... and this is the way to regain back our lost glory, isn't it? When we are ready for this total reform and islah. They must be seen as true qudwa, who exemplify ilm and taqwa. Ilm and taqwa. Sheikh Usman bin Fodi was emphasizing this when he was writing about the two sets of scholars. You know, at his own time, some of the scholars, ulama isu ansarus salatin, those who were together with sultans, they are making all kinds of attacks against the Sheikh. The Sheikh was saying, no, if you want to know who are ulama of sunnah, ansarul Islam, then you should know that they have two basic qualities, knowledge and taqwa. If anyone is missing, then there is a problem. If somebody is knowledgeable, he has no taqwa, he is Dajjal. He is Dajjal, isn't it? And if he has taqwa and he has no knowledge, he will destroy more than what he meant, isn't it? What he put right, because of the lack of knowledge. So these two qualities must be there, knowledge and taqwa. It is just like what Allah said, Allah inna awliya Allahi la khawfun alayhim wa lahum yahzanun, in Surah Yunus again, alladhina amanu wa kanu yattaqun. Taqwa and iman. Alladhina amanu wa kanu yattaqun. These are the main qualities of believer. So ulama are supposed to imbibe these values in their lives so that they will pass this reform to themselves, to their immediate family, and to the whole society. Factors that enhance learning in Islam: intelligence and sagacity, taking the inspiration from the Quran. I said it is daily recitation, at least. That is the list, to recite the Quran daily. This will create in you intelligence. It will make you sharp, isn't it? But if you don't have anything doing with the Quran, no dealing with the Quran, you have kept yourself away from it, but not to the extent of وَمَنْ أَعْرَضَ عَنْ ذِكْرِي, isn't it, which we saw in the morning. Then at least you have problem. Yes, so at least you should make it part and parcel of your program to recite the Quran. Why? Because if you are constant in that, for example, they are saying even the least you can do in your daily recitation of the Quran is to recite one hizb, isn't it? So that at least in every 2 months you have read the whole Quran, isn't it? The middle course is for you to recite the whole Quran every 1 month. Juz'u wahid every day, isn't it? One juz'u. There are people who recite it every 3 weeks, every 2 weeks, every 10 days, every week. There are people who recite it every 3 days. Sometimes you see pictures of some very old people, sometimes moving around in social media, who they became old, but they are still doing it. Why? Because it is so much in them. And you see the wonders it will do in you when you will attach yourself to doing it. Then there is also good memory, like what we know, which Allah has given to this ummah, especially the Arabs at the time of the coming of the Quran, its revelation, and the hadith, when people were very much making efforts to memorize whatever was being revealed by Allah or was said by the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Then there is also devotion to education. We must devote ourselves to through education and learning, not just as a meal ticket, not just learning only so as to get appointment or to get something that will qualify us to get something. No, learning for the sake of the ummah and for the sake of self-reform. While doing it, you have to always constantly be in search of help of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in that. Then there should be also inclination to truth and truthful persons, and condemnation of falsehood and dissociation from those who are inclined to it. This is very, very important. Allah is saying, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu taqullaha wa kunu ma'as sadiqin. Wa kunu ma'as sadiqin. You should always be with the truthful. And then early Muslims, as we saw in our study of their seerah, they exemplified these qualities, and that was why they achieved what they achieved. And so when we don't have them, when we don't have this, we don't give maybe a damn to these issues, that is why we are where we are, isn't it? And then modern civilization and the role of Islamic education. For contemporary Muslims, you see, this is very, very important, to regain their lost glory, which they had established during their heyday, the following must be ensured. Number one, serious study and clarification of Islamic social ethics and building institutions around them. This is what mostly reformers do. They confirm the existence of social ethics. Social institutions were established in the society. Expansion of education to incorporate the city. That is, our knowledge and education should not be within the confines of the 3 walls or 4 walls of the higher institution of the university or college. No. Our knowledge should go beyond. It should go to the city as our social laboratory, as a social laboratory where we exemplify, we apply what we have been learning here. Application of all that is learned in all spheres of life is very, very important. I said this is what differentiates Islamic education from Islamic studies. That is the concept of Islamic education is that whatever we are learning of Islam is not just for exam or for promotion or no. We are learning it so that we apply it to our lives. There must be conscious and constant efforts towards producing true Islamic leaders. This is very, very important, imbibing all principles of Islamic civilization in all areas. That is the ummah, for it to rise again. There must be a conscious and constant effort towards producing true Islamic leaders that are trained, like the training you are being given, that will imbibe all its principles of Islamic civilization in all areas of their lives. Muslim authorities must do all that is possible to achieve the above for the overall good of humanity through establishing purposeful institutions, that is universities, that are capable of having all these things put together in the training that they give to the students and the teachers. Like the Istiqama, we have a university there, and Ansar, which are models in northern Nigeria. Similar efforts should be done in the other parts of the region to have such kind of institution that will have these principles all imbibed, all put together in the training that they are giving out to both teachers and students. I think this is the last. So I thank you for your patience. Yes, thank you.
At-takbir. At-takbir. Jazakallah khair, Prof. Please, we will take some questions, comments. Okay, so let's see. We will take 4 questions. 4 questions, 1 question from each section. And so the male section, so those sitting with Baba Jamal and the row before Baba Jamal, that's 1 section. Imam Abbas's row and Suburu's row, that's another section. So I will take 1 question from the top, 1 question from, so the group with Imam Abbas. The sisters, I'll take 1 question from Sister Fatma's row and the row behind. Oh, okay. Okay, so there are 3. Okay, so that means you will take 1 question from the sister side, 2 questions from the, so 2 questions from the male side. Okay, so let's see those who have questions. Subhanallah. Imam Abbas, of course, I cannot deny you. So 1 slot for Imam Abbas, 2 more slots for the guys. Okay, so okay, Brother Usman, kindly ask your question.
Assalamu alaikum, Prof. Thank you very much for the education. Okay, so in your presentation in the 3rd session, you talked about how Islam spread in Africa, but we didn't see information about southern part and eastern part of Africa in countries like Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Angola. So I don't know about that area in terms of Islamic knowledge and all that.
Thank you. Professor, I'll take the questions together, then you address them.
Yes,
So,
I'm right.
okay, thank you, Brother Usman. Okay, so, yes, you were the first to raise your hand, actually, yes. Yes.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alaikum.
Thank you very much, Prof. I would like to know, as you made mention that a Muslim must follow an Amir, as Shehu rightly said. So I want to know the current state we are now as an Ummah. Is it necessary we need an Amir now, or we are working towards getting an Amir? And 2, I know I'm marrying the questions.
Okay.
So I want to know, as Nigeria, the heritage in Nigeria, you give names that are wonderful. So I want to know the meaning of why your name, Maishanu. And the last marrying, the 3rd marriage, is about our scholars of this day. They have the knowledge, but when they are delivering to the students, some don't pay attention to the adab of the general student. So I want to know why the gap in this ethics. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you. The sisters, any question? Okay, Sister Salma.
So, assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. Thank you Prof, thank you very much for this wonderful knowledge you've shared, and I've really learned a lot. My question goes to your, I think, 2nd lecture, right? You talked about Sufi, that there are people that strive towards the deen. And I think the 3rd lecture too, you talked about that one too. Are then Sufi missionaries, if I heard you right. So my question is, are they also sects of Muslims? That's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sister Salma. Okay, Imam Abbas, before I allow Imam Abbas, Sister Ramatu, okay, you are my neighbor, so you have the slot. She's from Nima, so you ask the question. And I'm from our movie. Our neighbors have rights. Sister Rama.
Assalamu alaikum. Please, from the Mujahid that you said, you made mention of spiritual jihad of Sidi al-Mukhtar. I want to know why it is termed as a spiritual jihad.
Sister Rama. Okay. Please, your name? Okay, so you, come in.
Please, before you started your presentation, you made mention that we would see the contributions that women have made with regards to this civilization. But it seems we didn't really, or much detail wasn't given to that. Please, I want to know about the contributions and, if possible, some of the prominent women who have contributed to this big civilization. Thank you.
My sister, Imam Abbas, you have the last slot.
Thank you very much. Mine is about moving from deliberations to actions. I mean, moving from rhetorics to practicalizing knowledge. One of our local scholars, Ghanaian, not local, one of our Ghanaian scholars and writer, his name is Sheikh Ibrahim, Sheikh Ishaq Ibrahim Nuama. He wrote a book, and the title of the book is Fruits of Wisdom. Now, the last chapter of the book, he named it Epilogue. And then the title, Epilogue, he was asking that, where is Islam? I mean, people, we have been telling people, or we have been telling ourselves, this is Islam. This is what, but it does not reflect in us. So it is very important for me, what are the strategies that will help us as individuals to be able to allow Islam to manifest in us first and also transmit it to others so that the transformation agenda is achieved.
Thank you, Imam Abbas. Thank you very much. Professor, I think you can address the questions now.
Okay, on the first one, okay, the first question I think is very clear that the focus of our discussion is West Africa. That's why we did not go to South Africa or other places. But I made a pointer here and there, isn't it? Yes, that is it. That is the simple answer to that. Yes. Yes, okay, the issue of having an Amir, isn't it? You see, there are many ahadith of the Prophet that with the present order that we are in, and that is why maybe part of what you are almost answering yourself in part of what you are saying, isn't it, in the question that, or maybe we are waiting for it, isn't it? Maybe a time will come when it will be instituted. For all the years, they were working for the da'wah of Sheikh Usman bin Asad, just an example. It was only when they reached a particular point, isn't it? They have been taking him as a, you can say, Amir unofficially, isn't it? But then at the time when they have to wage war, they are being crushed, then they officially took bay'ah, isn't it? Who asked the question? I think, okay. They officially took the bay'ah, making him their Amir. The import of the hadith, according to some scholars, is that at least you have to entertain the position of Amir in your mind. That is in accordance with the Islamic rulership or Islamic leadership in your community. In your community. That is if you have, at least we know in our daily Islamic practice, as long as you are not a well-established scholar, you have to take someone, isn't it, that you will follow, so that you can, in a way, take him to be your Amir in a way, that is, you are taking him as your role model, since there is no Islamic order, there is no real Islamic Umara, for example, except in some places where we had maybe Islamic rule, and these people, they are still inheriting the same position like we have in Nigeria, for example. You know, we have what they call the traditional rulers, and especially those who came from the loins of the Mujahideen, from the descendants of Sheikh Usman bin Fodi to the descendants of the other lieutenants who established and who became Umara or emirs of their own areas, and they are taken to be the Amir. They are our own Amir. So in a position where we don't have such, I think the scholars, just like we see our Muslim scholars doing in Europe, isn't it? You know, the Jaliyat, the Muslim minorities that used to have their own communities in different countries of Europe, they used to form themselves into a community, isn't it? And then from among them, they will take someone to be the Amir. This much I can say on that. Yes. I think the issue of my name, Maishanu, is the nickname or laqab of my father, who died in 1975. The day he was born, it was said that the herds, the cattle of his father, on that very day, 30 of them gave birth to the young ones. So 30 calves came alive, came to the world the day he was born. So they say he is Maishanu, so it means he has cows, isn't it? And yes, that is the meaning. And you know, when he died, he left us 42 of us. 42 were the children at the time of his death. And among us, we have 4 professors. We have people in all walks of life have excelled in different parts of life. And that is the beauty of having many children. You know, I have 18 children. Yes. I think I sent an updated CV, which was not recited. Yes. No, you see, there was a mistake in the one that was recited. When they said I completed in 1980s, I don't know how it even came into that. I went 1988, I finished my NYSC service. I went to Pakistan. I did my master's, which I completed in 1993. I returned back to Nigeria, to my university, but then I was requested to go back and teach there. While teaching, I completed my PhD in 1999. And the updated one, I think I have sent it to Imam Saeed. I said at the end that I am happily married to 3 wives and I have 18 children. I have 18 children, 18, alhamdulillah. 18, 1-8. Okay, let us continue, please.
Very good, very good.
Yes, the issue of adab, somebody was asking why the adab of students are not cared. Yes, you see, it is very important. While you see the Western system of education, which these people brought to us, they have their own etiquettes, but they are not like our etiquettes, isn't it? Our adab are different from theirs. A teacher in an ordinary higher institution in the Western education, what is on him? The issue of guiding and grooming is important, isn't it? And mentoring. But most of the teachers don't care to do it, isn't it? But in Islamic system of education, you are supposed to mentor. You are supposed to take care of your students and to see to their growth, not only in the class, but outside the class, isn't it? That is very, very much. As it was said, the Prophet كَانَ يَتَعَاهَدُ أَصْحَابَهُ. That is, he used to take care of his Sahaba even after they have left him. That is, he will go and inquire about them, how far they have done with the message, how far have they memorized of the Quran, what is their life, are they healthy, and so on and so forth. Which in most of the Western education, you don't care about that, isn't it? When you just finish your lectures, let everybody go to hell, isn't it? As if you have done your own, isn't it, for you to get your salary? Yes, Allahumma musta'an. Okay, Sufi, I said somebody was asking, almost two questions were almost related. That is, when I say spiritual jihad, I mean the same jihad of the Sufis. That is people who, they reform the people on the basis of spirituality. When we say Sufi or Sufism, tasawwuf or mysticism, when you study it under Islamic studies, you go to any department of Islamic studies, you will study it, isn't it? They will tell you, they define it as intense devotion. Intense devotion in Islam, Islamic intense devotion. That is, instead of worshiping Allah on the surface, the Sufis are saying that they have intense devotion in each and every aspect of the religion. That is some of the cardinal, the main area, the main focus of their activity is what is called tazkiyatun nafs. Tazkiyatun nafs, purification of the soul. Purification of the soul is done by one of the most important things that will help you do that efficiently is dhikrullah. Dhikrullah. Dhikrullah, or the remembrance of Allah. Remembrance of Allah is the only thing Allah mentioned in the Quran where He mentioned kathiran. All other things were not mentioned, categorized as kathiran, that you should do it much, so much, to the extent that, according to Mufassirin, Allah wants us to remember Him every time and not to forget Him. To remember Him always by mentioning His name, thinking of Him, and so on and so forth, not forgetting Him. So this issue of dhikr and intense devotion of doing nawafil and so on and so forth is one of the things that will strengthen you spiritually. And when you are strengthened spiritually, then you are strong physically also. It was said that Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, when he wanted to take over the Bayt al-Maqdis, which has been taken over by the Christians during the Crusades, he went into Tarbiyah. He went into Tarbiyah with his people, the people that were ready to fight with him. They stayed for some time doing intense devotion, doing nawafil, doing qiyamul layl and tahajjud, okay? That's what will create very serious iman in you and courage so that you will be able to face anybody. You see, Sheikh Usman bin Fodi was a Sufi. He was a Sufi of the Qadiriya order, isn't it? But he was able to lead a jihad. It doesn't mean that if you are Sufi, you don't do jihad, isn't it? So there are many things around this, related to this, but I think the issue of time, no. Okay, and I think even earlier there was a question about some names of the women. I think it's just because of the issue of the detail. Yes, there is a book of that was published by Iiit. What is the name? Islamic Outlines, or Outline of Islamic Civilization, by Uthman Isa something. It is published by the Iiit. I think you can get it where you have the details. When we talk of women, I mentioned some of the names, isn't it? Beginning from Sayyidah Aisha is one of the best examples. We mentioned Asma. We mentioned this Fatima Fihri, the one who established the Azhar University, and another one. There are others who were lumped together into that. And even for men, we will not mention many names, isn't it? If only we can recall. So let us refer to that book, inshallah. Okay, regarding the book of Fruits of Wisdom and the question of where is Islam, how as individuals we can do. I think it is the issue of devotion and dedication. Almost there is one of the Muslim writers of recent who was writing, and the title of his book, Min Aina Nabda. That's if we want to reform our society, from where are we to start? The reformation will have to start from the individual. You reform yourself, and then you reform your immediate family, and then you see that if this cycle will be enlarging, isn't it? At the end of time, you see that people are reformed, isn't it? So it is the issue, they are saying, بَلِ الْإِنسَانُ عَلَى نَفْسِهِ بَصِيرَةٌ وَلَوْ أَلْقَى مَعَاذِيرَهُ. That is, each and every one of us knows himself. So we have these teachings, we have these clear instructions, so we are supposed to take them in ourselves to apply them to our lives, and then try as much as possible to influence others, especially those who have authority over them, so that with time you see that things are improving and the reform is enlarging, moving in more and more people in the society. هذا وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين. I think we stop here. Yes.
Jazakallahu khair, Professor. May Allah bless the time spent, the effort that went into the slides that you've shared. May Allah bless you. Jazakumullahu khair. I have some few announcements. So the book that you made mention of is Studies in Islamic Civilization, the Muslim Contribution to the Renaissance. Ahmed Isa with Uthman Ali. I shared the book on the platform. Okay, so you can check the platform for that book. Secondly, our recaps for tomorrow. And so tomorrow, Umar is starting the recaps. So Group Umar is starting, followed by Group Uthman, Ali, and Abu Bakr. And Prof brought 3 slides. The last slide is, the one he just presented, is 11 pages. That slide is for Abu Bakr, Group Abu Bakr. So I'll share the slides on the platform. No, wait, I'm not done, Abu Bakr. The last 11 slides is for Abu Bakr. Group Umar. So the first slide, page 1 to 31. So the chapter is Islam and Muslims before colonization. Page 1 to page 31, that is for Group Umar. Group Uthman, Islam and its impact on Muslims in West Africa. So that's page 32 to page 57 of the first slide. So that's for Group Uthman. Group Ali, the second slide, the part 2, what are the Muslim contributions to global civilization? Page 1 to page 30 is for Group Ali. The rest, 31 to 56, is for Abu Bakr, plus the 11 slides. Because it's Abu Bakr. Imam Abbas is Abu Bakr. You are in Osman, so you want the 11 slides. Okay, so thank you very much. We have a presentation to make to Prof. But before the presentation, Brother Majid, he will be moderating tomorrow, so he wants to spell out his terms of engagement.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay, so tomorrow, please, the recap would start at 8 a.m. It is expected that your, your slides should be sent to me before 7 a.m. If you send your slide after 7, I would pretend as if I've not seen it. Even if I've seen it, I'll jam my eyes. I'll do you chiredo. So please send your slides before 7 a.m. and let's all be seated by 7:50 a.m. And finally, Brother Usman joined us today. My brother, you are going to be joining the group Umar, inshallah. So from here, look for the people who belong to group Umar and then they'll sort you out. Please, any question? Any comment? Any contribution? Come again. Tomorrow, I'll try not to come and apologize.
Okay.
Furthermore, the dinner has been brought in, so when we leave here, after the presentation and then we take our picture, we can go for our dinner, inshallah. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. I almost left out this important part of the agenda. Imam Abbas. So, Professor, Imam Abbas is an imam at the police mosque, the National Police Mosque. He's a very active imam. And I would like to invite him to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the participants. Imam Abbas. Some of us. So sorry, yesterday you were not around to do the introduction, so maybe tomorrow morning you will do that. But, Prof, when you were doing the introduction, he was a bit late. So he will introduce himself in 2 minutes. Then he will give us a vote of thanks.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين وسلم تسليما كثيرا. We thank Allah for seeing us through today, and we want to first of all express our sincere appreciation and gratitude to our facilitator or lecturer for today. Indeed, you have opened our horizon, and even things that we've heard and read before, you have made it greater and better. First of all, we pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you with good health and then reward you abundantly for the services you are rendering in uplifting Islam. To my colleagues who have also listened to you, I pray that all of us remember you and your colleagues in our sujood. And we also pray that the family you left home, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala continue to protect them for you so that you go back to meet them safely. My name is Abbas Omar Abdul Karim. My grandparents originally from Katsina, but they settled in Kano. Currently, the eldest of the surviving brothers I have was a former deputy accountant general of Kano, who lives at a place called Gedi Gedi, a very popular person, Al-Haji Ahmed Aliko. But personally, I am the deputy imam of the Ghana Police Mosque, but I am a civilian. And we just established an Islamic nursing training school in Ghana. And I am the registrar and head of administration. I am a PhD candidate, and hope that very soon I will be done with my PhD work. And maybe I have so many things to say, but I think I have been ambushed by Bashir, and some of the things I wanted to say is even gone. But inshallah, we are here together. But I want to take this opportunity to announce to my colleagues that I will be leaving immediately after this lecture back to Accra. But inshallah, I'm leading Juma prayers tomorrow. And inshallah, just after Juma, I will be back for the Saturday class. This is all I want to say for now. Thank you very much. Jazakumullahu khairan wa ahsanallahu ilaykum. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Prof. and Imam Abbas. At this moment, as culture, as Prof, you know, here in Ghana, when you come, we don't leave you to go alone. The LOC have a parcel for you that when you go, your children will be grateful to say that, yes, indeed, you were in Ghana. and that this is what I've brought to you and you. So kindly accept our certificate of appreciation. So Atakbir. So the presentation is being done by the Deputy Chairperson for the local organizing committee, being in the person of Muhammad Bashir. Ghana School initiated this certificate of appreciation and the T-shirt as a souvenir that every year you go, Prof will have it hang in his room that, yes, I was in Ghana, in Kumasi specifically. Thank you. We are grateful once again. This moment, let us humbly convey as we did yesterday for group picture. Thank you.